Okay, so that's good. So I see that there are really diverse group of audience from different areas, from different domains, different expectations also, different expertise. However, there are good news and bad news. What are the good news? The good news are that no matter from which domain you are, no matter what is your expertise and experience, you have to apply the same recipe. The recipe doesn't change. I mean, you need to cook moussaka. If you're going to create a nice, tasty moussaka, you have to follow that recipe. No matter if you're an advanced one or a beginner in your endeavors, in your efforts. The only difference is that if you are an advanced cook, if you are an experienced cook, you follow the recipe and you can immediately, what? You can immediately apply it. If you're starting now, it will take you a little bit more time. And also as an advanced user, you can add, especially since we have also some consultancy companies here, you can add your own fine-tuning in the recipe. But the recipe, the core recipe remains the same. What are the bad news? Huh? The bad news are that if you have the recipe, you have to cook. Yes? So you have to create a moussaka, you have to apply for Digital Europe because there are no excuses now, because you have that kind of recipe. All right, so let's now try to see a little bit the structure and the ingredients of the recipe. Yes? What we're going to do for this course particularly is to demystify a lot of myths regarding Digital Europe, first of all, and secondly, motivate you to start exploiting Digital Europe as long as you understand that it is for you. Because it might not be for everyone. But for the ones that will understand that yes, this is for us, then you need to be motivated, and this is the purpose of this training, to start exploiting it. And you need to exploit it efficiently, successfully. And this is why we are going first to understand under Module 1 what is Digital Europe. But I call it the Digital Europe Intelligence. Why? Because it's not only to find some public information and that you can look in the internet. What is important is to know how to exploit that information to your advantage. And this is what intelligence is. Intelligence is not to be aware of some information that's publicly available, but to know how to exploit this publicly available information to your advantage. And this is what we're going to do with Module 1, which is the step 1 also of the recipe. Then as soon as we are feeling comfortable with that, then we will go a little bit deeper and understand how we read the Digital Europe call topic. What is a call topic? A call topic is a description of the funding opportunity. So you need to know how you're going to exploit that funding opportunity. And in some cases, even one word can make the difference. So you should be able, after this module, to identify those words and feeling comfortable with them. So that is what we're going to do with Module 2. Understand and feeling comfortable by reading the call topic description. What are the expectations? What is the profile of a winning project in Digital Europe? Then as soon as we are feeling comfortable with that also, which is part of step 1, then we will go to step 2, which is to become familiar with the full proposal development cycle in Digital Europe. How you start in Digital Europe, develop a proposal, and how you stop developing a proposal in Digital Europe. The full proposal development cycle with the I create formula, as I like to say. So that's Module 3. And actually this is step 2. And then we have Module 4, which is some very useful tricks and tips on how to impress the evaluators, how they think and how to impress them with your grant application. And that's module 4, and I think we complete quite many things in one day. And if there is any time and energy left, we're going to have a hands-on practice. Whatever we discussed here, we're going to apply with different options. That's if there is time and if there is energy. And that's the structure for today. Any questions on that? Clear? Okay. Now, this is a series, this is the first training of some planned potential training series under Digital Europe. The first one, which is this course, course 1, the key purpose is to make you feeling comfortable with this Digital Europe and motivate you to exploit it. If you realize that it is applicable for you, because for some of you, it might not be applicable from the introductions that I've seen here. So that's the key purpose of course 1. Now we have in the pipeline some planned courses, probably and possibly next year. Course 2 is, because not everyone here will be able to initiate a proposal as a coordinator. But what everyone will be able to do is what? What you should be able to do it. Not lead a proposal, but what? Join proposals as partners. So what I'm going to show you, I will touch that subject today also, but what I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you how to identify potential proposal applicants in Digital Europe. Not today, that's another course that is planned, and how to convince them to take you on board. So we will do that by 2025, because this is in the pipeline. And the last planned course, and we complete the Digital Europe by next year, is to take you and teach you in the grant application of Digital Europe how to build paragraph per paragraph the full proposal. But we have to go gradually to that. First, course 1. Secondly, course 2, how to join as a partner. And then you go to the big guns. What are the big guns? The big guns is to write a successful proposal in Digital Europe, and we will do that section by section. So this is in the pipeline, planned one. Any questions on that construction? Does this sound interesting? Just to know, please raise your hand. Does this sound interesting? Okay, it's nice to see. Some of you are hesitating, but we will see. But it's good to know that, and it's good to have that kind of feedback. Thank you for being actually interactive in this training. It helps me also. Next one. Course key purpose. What is it? This is what we're going to do here. I mean, for me, this training is going to be successful when I initiate interest for you to exploit the Digital Europe program. DEP is Digital Europe program. You will see that in many different slides in the training. And also, a winning factor is to understand the ones that you are here that probably this is not for me, because it might that be the case. But the ones that will understand that this is for me, then the aim is to motivate yourself to start exploiting it, the Digital Europe. So that's the key purpose. And now we have the recipe of today's course, because everyone, or most of us, when we are thinking and considering to initiate and exploit a program, in our case now Digital Europe, we are at the stage, okay, what is Digital Europe? I mean, I'm active in this domain. How can I exploit it? Is it for me? Even if it is for me, what are the steps that I need to follow for exploiting it successfully? So we have a lot of question marks. And in order from that state that we have a lot of question marks, to go to that state that we are feeling confident, yes, I know now that this is for me. Or I know now that this is not for me, so I'm not going to waste further resources for that. Also that this is useful to know. So you have to go 3 steps. The first step is to how to identify and exploit all the public information related to Digital Europe, and that's step 1. And in our cost structure is module 1 and module 2. So this is what we have on that. So this is the Digital Europe program intelligence, DEP. Then we will go to step 2, which is module 3, where you are going to become familiar with the full proposal development cycle. And I use the acronym ICREATE formula for that. And step 3 is then we will use the criteria formula, as I say, the acronym, for learning with tips and some hints how to impress the evaluators in your Digital Europe program proposal. Many of the principles that we will discuss today, specifically step 2 and step 3, you will be happy to realize that they are applicable also with some slight modifications in any other European funding program. Because many of you were interested, as far as I could see, also in other European funding programs. So step 2 and step 3 can be, you will be happy to realize that with some slight modifications can be applied also to any European funding program or even national one. So you should be able to apply them. Okay. I keep on having difficulties with my slide change, but I think I need to be here. Okay, now let's see a little bit the structure of Digital Europe, or mainly what is expected. Why we have Digital Europe? How much is the budget of Digital Europe program? Any ideas, more or less? Is someone familiar with that? The budget for the whole Digital Europe program around 8 billion euros. Very good. 8 billion euros, which is not one of the biggest European funding programs. We have some others that are much bigger. For example, we have Horizon Europe with 80 billion euros. It might be even 100 billion euros. So, and we have Erasmus Plus, which is an educational program with 25 billion euros. So it's not one of the biggest funding programs, Digital Europe. However, it has some specific expectations that you don't see them in any other European funding program. And your proposals, in order to be winning proposals, they have to comply with those expectations. So let's see why we have Digital Europe. Yes, I will do that. First of all, because Europe is lagging behind in investing in some key emerging technologies. Yes? We are lagging behind in comparison to United States and China, for example, in semiconductors, in high-performance computing, in artificial intelligence, in having digital skills. So your proposal, if it has to be accepted by the European Commission from the Digital Europe program, it has to support, at least indirectly, and you need to show that expected impact. What is that? To facilitate public investments in key technologies, either directly or indirectly. So this is priority number 1. Then, your proposal, in order to be successful, and is that we need to not only having public investments, I mean investments from the state or from the European Commission itself, public institutions, but we need to initiate investments also in those key emerging technologies from where? From the private sector. We need to have a synergy now. So any proposal that we are applying in Digital Europe, it needs directly or indirectly to support that aim also. What indirectly or directly means? Directly means that you achieve that by the end of the project. Indirectly means that you will achieve that sometime after the end of the project. This is what indirectly means, with some synergies and etc. So you need to have that as a priority, depending also on the work program call topic. So we have now already 2 priorities that they have to be supported from our application, because this is why we have Digital Europe program. So always, and not only Digital Europe, when you are targeting a specific program, is it Creative Europe? Is it Erasmus Plus? Is it Horizon Europe? Is it a national one? Always you need to check why we have that program. Why we have that program and that funding. There are some priorities, and you need to make sure that those priorities are supported by your proposal, either directly, which means by the end of the project, or indirectly, some time after the end of the project. Another priority also that we need to support. We need to make sure that we have not dependency in our value chain, in our production of any solution, from external countries outside the European Union. I don't know whether you are familiar, but European Union lags behind on semiconductors and on the materials for producing semiconductors, for example. What does that mean? That means that we are probably dependent on China or in Taiwan for having our semiconductors that are essential for our computers, for our mobile phones, for our AI applications, and the European Commission doesn't like that. They want to be self-sustained. In order to do that, we need to make sure that we have all the different players for producing emerging technologies, really cutting-edge technologies, without depending from outside players from outside the European Union. So this is another priority that we need to make sure that we support with our program. Next one is that we need to, with our proposal in Digital Europe, to have 2 types of impacts. Actually, Digital Europe program is not, we have mainly 3 types of impacts that we can have in benefits. One is scientific impact, the other one is benefits to society, and then benefits to economy. Digital Europe is not that much interested in benefits, scientific benefits. That's why, as you will see, they don't support research activities. So what we're interested in is we're interested in benefits to economy and benefits to society. What are benefits to economy? Benefits to economy is creating competitive solutions, competitive, innovative products and solutions that can penetrate global markets. This is what we want, one of the key priorities of Digital Europe. The other one is benefit society. What does that mean? Improving living conditions of citizens in Europe, either with better health services, either with better public services, because this is one of the key priorities of Digital Europe, either with better ICT services in general. So this is a priority that we need to have in a Digital Europe program, and that is impact 4, another benefit. Then we need to have that and this is related also to impact 4 more or less, is we need to digitalize all Europe if possible. We would like to have digital services used by everyone, by public services, by the industry, by the research institutions, by small and medium enterprises, and by the citizens. So we want to make our society, the European Union society, digital. I will simplify that, but in order for you to understand. You know that Estonia is a country that has a big digital infrastructure, yes? So suppose that we would like the Estonia model to be applicable at a European level. This is what we need and we expect from Digital Europe program, another priority. to have. And also, the last one is we would like small and medium enterprises, because these are the backbone of economy in Europe, to use and exploit the latest cutting-edge technologies. And in order to do that, they need two things. What do they need? What do they need? First of all, they need what? The access to technology. That's one thing. What else do they need? They need also skills. You need training. So these are the two elements that you have. And you need to have from Digital Europe program. So this is more or less the backbone that we have in Digital Europe program. So now, when you are going to initiate a proposal, what are the questions? You are going to ask a lot of questions by yourself. So what are the questions that you need to ask? Can I initiate a proposal or an initiative to support any of those impacts? Either all, some, or at least one of them? Because if you don't answer yes to that question, then Digital Europe program is not for you. You need to go somewhere else. So this is the first traffic light that we have. We will see a lot of traffic lights here. So that's the first one. Is it clear? That one? Yes? Good. Thank you. Now, so that's one thing. The other one is that I think Aurelia also said it. We have 6 different areas of Digital Europe. 3 of them are dealing with specific technology areas. So we need to have high performance computing, HPC. So any projects that they deploy, they use and facilitate the use of high performance computing, they can be supported by Digital Europe. One. Then we have, for the same thing for big data and artificial intelligence, we need to have an advantage. Europe is lagging behind in that specific sector also. Then the third one as an area is semiconductors. So we have these 3 cutting edge technology areas that we need to take an advantage. We are lagging behind those 3. Super high performance computing, semiconductors, and AI. So we have those 3 different areas. And in addition, what we have is we have other 3 areas that are not dealing that much with specific technologies, those 3 different technologies, but we would like to improve the learning capacity of ICT people. We would like to have people with more skills in ICT, advanced ones, because even if we have the best AI tools, if you cannot upgrade them, if you cannot develop them further, there is nothing that you can do. So you need great digital skills on that. You need also to have infrastructures that can be accessed by the industry and by the SMEs for digital infrastructures for those SMEs performing better, or even public services. And we need also, and also this is the other area, we have also cybersecurity and trust. So we have 4 key emerging technology areas: high performance computing, AI, cyber security, and semiconductors. Semiconductors was added quite recently, didn't have that. And we have also the 2 other supporting actions: access of SMEs and public authorities to digital services, and improving the skills of people that work in ICT area in Europe. And that's it. There is nothing more that we have in Digital Europe. These are the 6, let's say, thematic priorities in Digital Europe. So if you want to compare it with Horizon Europe, because some of you might be familiar with Horizon Europe. In Digital Europe, we have what? 6 pillars. In Horizon Europe, we have how many pillars? How many pillars we have in Horizon Europe? Pillar 1, Pillar 2, how many? 3 pillars. Pillar 1, excellent science. Pillar 2, collaborative applications. Pillar 3 is innovation, innovative Europe. In Digital Europe, we have, even if you don't know Horizon Europe, don't worry, we have 6 pillars. 4 thematic technologies. Which are these? Remind me, just to be a little bit interactive. Tell me, which thematic priorities we have? Innovation domains, technology domains. Don't be shy, please. Can I hear? Which ones we have?
Semiconductors, AI.
Semiconductors, AI, thank you.
Yes.
Which one? Semiconductors, AI.
HPC.
High performance computing, thank you. And cybersecurity. Thank you for being interactive. You can only find some frustrating, yes. Alas, it's,
Everything in the front of
you can read, but you can read it. Sometimes, don't be shy, say it. It helps also for your reflection. Even if something is, you see it, if you reflect it, it will stay there. It will stay there. Because if you want to achieve your objectives, there are 2 things that you need to have. One is focus here, and the other one is reflecting. So you need to reflect. So that's why I'm asking those questions. It is for you, not for me. I know the answers on that, but it's for facilitating the interaction and having those in your mind. Okay, now, in your notes, when you will receive the notes by the end of this training, you can find out more about all these different pillars. It is okay to find them out, but for the time being, it's not necessary, at least in this training. But you have the links if you want to identify more information. However, what we need, what for me is a very important diagram is this one here, about Digital Europe. If you want to understand Digital Europe, this is the diagram that you need to have. Why? Because this is extremely important. It gives you a visual representation, the 6 pillars of Digital Europe, who manages them, what are the priorities, and as you can see, we have 2 different types of some programs. We have Digital Europe, and then we have the 6 sub-programs. Yes, we have the high performance computing, AI, cybersecurity, semiconductors, and then we have the skills and public infrastructures. One question. What is the difference between direct and indirect that you see in the diagram? You see indirect management and direct management. What does that mean? Any ideas? You don't have to know it, but you might think about it. Because that's important, it varies a little bit the application. Any ideas on what that could be? What's the difference between, because it's important to know that, and you will see why. Yeah? Any ideas on that? It's interesting, and I will tell you why. Indirect management, we have done. How much is the budget of, we said, of Digital Europe? How much? Around 8 billion euros. Very good. Now, those 8 billion euros, they are distributed from you, from our pockets, taxpayers, to European Commission bucket, and from there, they are distributed into, let's see the laser here if it has. So we have, from Digital Europe, we have indirect management, direct management, and we have the DGs that are responsible for that. Indirect management means that the money, first of all, go to some joint ventures that are public and private partnerships, partnerships between the industry sector, state funding, and the European Commission. And those joint ventures here, they are called joint undertakings or centers here. They receive the money and they publish the calls for proposals. So when you apply under indirect management, you apply to these entities here. To these entities. So we have here joint undertakings of HPC, EuroHPC, European Cyber Security Competence Centers, and GPCU. You apply to them. When you are going under direct management, here in direct management, you are applying directly to the European Commission. So that's the main difference between indirect and direct. European Commission in indirect management gives the money to another body to manage them, which is a public-private partnership, and then that public-private partnership that is called joint undertaking will be responsible for issuing the calls of proposals, evaluating the proposals, awarding the projects. In direct management, you apply directly to the European Commission. And is that first of all important? Yes, it is, because in many cases you can be part of those joint undertakings. You can apply as a member and join those undertakings. Are there any advantages? Because these are public-private partnerships. Well, that doesn't mean if you are a member of the joint undertaking, you will be funded. No, anyone can be funded, but you will have a lot of inside information. Yes? So if you're a member and you pay your subscription to those joint undertakings, you will know before even the publication of the call, or you can contribute to the formulation of the call as a member. On the other hand, if it is direct management and it is published by the European Commission, you cannot join the European Commission. It's not a public-private partnership. So you cannot have inside information well in advance. You cannot contribute to the formulation of the funding call. Yes? Do you understand the difference? No? Yes? Between indirect and direct. Because that's it. That's useful to have. So now if you are a big player in the area of high performance computing, or you want to become one, or if you want to become a big player in cybersecurity or in semiconductors, one action that you can do is to contact the websites, you will see also in the slides, those joint undertakings, and see whether you can, it is beneficial for you to join them and become a member, because they are open to new partnerships. All right. Now, the other thing that is important here, it gives per pillar, per subprogram. So we have here 6 subprograms. Subprogram 1, subprogram 2, subprogram 6, subprogram 3, 4, 5. I mean, we have 6 subprograms. You will see also their key purpose. We see the key purpose for SO5, network of European digital innovation hubs. We see the key purpose of advanced digital skills, specialized education programs, upskilling and training. We see the key purpose of artificial intelligence, data and cloud. So we need to have new data spaces, cloud to edge, experimentation with AI. We see the key purpose of SO6 through these 3 joint undertakings that are quite a lot, and they have a clear focus on semiconductors, SO6. We see the key purpose of SO3, and we see the key purpose of SO1. Yes? What is SO? What is SO? Specific objective. All right. So the specific objective means the area, the name of the area, or the, see it in your case, the sub-program of Digital Europe. So in Digital Europe we have how many sub-programs? How many? 6. Thank you for that. So we have 6 sub-programs. Now, let me see. Also, what is important in while you are reading the call, there is some terminology that might not be you might not be that familiar with. They use the word expected impacts. They use the word expected outcomes. So in order to understand those different concepts, we're going to use a simple model that is not part of Digital Europe, is not part of Horizon Europe or any other European funding program, but for understanding what we mean with expected outcomes and expected impacts. In any project, in any initiative, we have what? We have our personal effort, we have infrastructures, we have resources that are as inputs, they go to activities. We have work packages, we have tasks, we have actions, and whenever we have an action, we have what? We have always an output. Outputs are our project results, deliverables, if some of you are familiar. After the deliverables, we have what? We have outcomes. And what are outcomes based on that model? Short-term benefits from our results. Outcomes are the benefits that we expect to achieve by the project end. And then if outcomes are the short-term benefits, then what are expected impacts? What are expected impacts? Long-term benefits. And long-term benefits is short-term benefits meaning by the end of the project, preferably. Long-term benefits means X years after the end of the project. Now, how many years that should be, the expected impacts? I have here 5 years, more or less, as a timeline. It depending on the program also, but the European Commission likes these 5 years. Why? You have been participating. Who has participated in another European funding program? You said some of you, please raise your hands. Horizon Europe, Erasmus Plus. Okay, you have signed a contract, correct? Are you aware of the contract? In the contract there is a provision, it is Article 26. What Article 26 says? That whenever you're participating in a project, you are subject to an impact audit up to 5 years after the last payment. What does that mean? That means that you finish your project, you have received all the funding that you are supposed to receive, but the European Commission, what? Expects you to work further on your impacts. So the ones that the program has already specified, since they are long-term benefits, by the end of the project, will the European Commission be able to assess whether you have achieved the expected impacts? Yes or no? The expected impacts, not the expected outcomes? No. Why? Because the expected impacts are long-term benefits, aren't they? This is what we said. So what does that mean, long-term benefits? Long-term benefits, you have to complete them after the end of the project. But according to Article 26, the European Commission says that you are subject to an impact audit, which means that after the end of the project, you need to continue working on whatever you're supposed to work in order to show that you are trying to do what? To achieve the expected impacts that you promised. Because the expected impacts are not expected to be achieved by the end of the project. And according to Article 26, this period is 5 years. So now what? You have a clear timeline that at least 5 years after the end of the project, when you receive the last payment, you can do what? You have to do some actions for achieving the expected impact that you promised in the proposal. And here we don't have semiconductors because yet we don't have the some program semiconductors because we don't have yet the funding opportunities. But in general, each one of the sub-programs in Digital Europe, they have some key results. So these should be your core results that are expected per sub-program, more or less, the type of results that we expect from high-performance computing, from artificial intelligence, from cybersecurity, from advanced digital skills, from adoption-based use of digital technology. These are the results that you need to achieve you need to deliver by the end of the project, the type of results. Yes. Also, what do you need to achieve by the end of the project are these main outputs. These are the short-term benefits. And the impact that you need to have per sub-program, you need to contribute towards that impact more or less, according to Article 26, 5 years after the end of the project. So by the end of the project, you need to show that you have a clear strategy that you are going to achieve depending on which sub-program you are applying, each one of those expected impacts. Yes?
But does that mean that you're going to be reporting each year or after 5 years, or the agency going to reach out to you with the audit, or how?
Thank you for this question. The question was whether you need to be reporting after the end of the project, how you're doing, and etc. No. The impact audit means that you are subject to an impact audit. What does that mean? That means that you might receive 5 years after the end of the project an email or a letter from the European Commission saying you have been lucky enough to be impact audited. You have been selected for that, so we will come to your place in 1 month from now, and we would like to see what have been your actions in order to achieve the expected impact. So there will be some impact auditors that they will come and they will ask, okay, you finished the project, what were the follow-up actions? How active you are? What is the current status of fulfilling those expected impacts? And if they are not satisfied, they might ask some money back. And how can that happen? If they see that and I don't want to frighten you or anyone here, I mean, they have that clause for only one reason, because there are many projects that by the end of the funding period, they stop. They don't even have a project website anymore. And the European Commission doesn't want that. So they want to require from the applicants to start working. So if you have an impact audit and you just show that we are active, we are trying. This is the studies that we had by the end of the project. We are trying to implement that strategy, and it's not easy, but we are giving our best, and the European Commission will not penalize you for that. They need to see some follow-up activity, some momentum. Right? So they don't ask for any reports, but you might be asked on an ad hoc basis, what are your actions that you have been doing after the project in relation to the impact, expected impact strategy. Okay, thank you for asking the question, for having that. Okay, now, this is one question, why we don't have here, which sub-program is missing from that slide? Which sub-program is missing? Semiconductors. Why semiconductors is missing? Because we don't have the work program yet. Yes? It will be drafted. So we don't have final expectations yet. They are just draft ones. So that's why we don't know more or less officially what are the results, outputs, and expected impacts that we have. Okay. Now, Digital Europe is very specific on what is expected from the funding projects. Actually, you don't see that in any other European funding program. They are very specific. They know from every project what kind of measurable expectations should be achieved. And you have them. In Digital Europe, we have 4 different types of key performance indicators. What are key performance indicators? Are quantitative numbers that we have to achieve. Quantitative, more or less, numbers that we have to achieve either by the end of the project or at specific deadlines, the dead dates, that those dates might be some years after the end of the project. But the European Commission has clear targets on that, the Digital Europe. And actually it's one of the few European funding programs that they are very specific on what it should be expected to be achieved. So we have and we go for some very specific expectations, and those specific expectations are mentioned in the work program. What is the work program? The work program is the official document that describes the funding opportunities that we should have. So, if a proposal, first of all, has to be funded, you need to show in your application how you are going to achieve those specific KPIs that are mentioned in the work program. And they are very specific, they are mentioned there. You need to have, you need to train at least 200 postgraduate students in programming language for AI. They are that specific, and they mention that. So we have KPIs that are at the topic level, at the call. Then we have some further KPIs that they are used from the European Commission to evaluate the performance of the Digital Euro program. But you need to contribute to. So you need to be familiar with those KPIs also. You will not see them in the work program. So that's why you need to be familiar with them. And you need to know them. And then there are, in the same way, there are some more KPIs that you need to contribute, quantitative indicators, according to the Digital Euro program in general. The Digital Euro program in general has been developed and based on a legislation in the European Commission. It's called regulation. So they have their specific KPIs. Your proposal, in order to be successful, you need to show also how you're going to achieve those KPIs of the program, additional ones. And further, on the top here, we have some general KPIs that you might want to, if it is applicable in your domain, you have to fulfill them, you have to achieve them, and you have to show how you're going to deliver them in your grant application. So in the contextual KPIs, we will start with them, they have 4 different areas. So we need to make sure that you see here that at a European level, we have in 4 different areas some specific quantitative expectations. So your project needs to contribute, not to achieve those, but needs to contribute towards the achievement of those high-level expectations, KPIs, whenever it is applicable. And you see here that we have some, here we need to have at least 20 million, yes, for example, 20 million ICT specialists, and not only 20 million ICT specialists, but also to take into consideration gender balance between males and females. We don't want to have out of those 20 million, 18 million males, for example, and just 2 million female ICT experts. We want gender balance. So this is something. What does that mean? That means that if, for example, you were applying today in the advanced skills, then you need to make sure that you take very clearly as a priority gender balance in the selection process when you are recruiting potential students for your advanced skills master courses. you need to make sure that you maintain balance between males and females, between women and men. And you understand that probably it might not be mentioned in the work program, but you see it from what? From the high-level KPIs that we have, the gender balance. Also, you see that public services here, we expect to have all the core public service at an EU level, all of them to be provided online, or the core public services, all of them to be online at an EU level. We expect also to have 80% of the citizens having a digital ID. We expect all the medical records to be 100% digitally available. These are very strong expectations. And when do we need to achieve them, more or less? When do we need to achieve them? When all these public expectations? By when? Yes?
5 years.
5 years, like the impact audit, well, or 2027. Well, when the Digital Euro program finishes in 2027. And then they give also 3 years more, so by 2030, we need to have those. So it's more or less very close to 5 years from today. Huh? Okay, yes. So this is something that you need to contribute in the proposals. Digital Europe has set very ambitious targets. So the Parliament, the European Parliament says, we've given you 8 billion euros. We expect to achieve those expectations here. Or in business, 75 of the EU companies to use AI and big data. Or to have in infrastructure to have 5G everywhere. Yes? So these are expectations that are quite ambitious. So any proposal, in order to be funded under Digital Europe, needs to contribute towards to some of those objectives. You need to have at least a contribution to support one of those objectives that you see, high-level ones. Any questions on that? Yeah, because it's interesting and important. Then we have the core performance and supporting topic key related indicators. So per sub-program, we have 6 sub-programs. In Digital Europe, they are called specific objectives. We have core performance KPIs and supporting KPIs. And you see here that we have number for high performance computing. Who is active in high performance computing? Anyone from here? Anyone? Or interested to get involved? Okay, interesting. I will pass that very quickly. Then we have, by to end of 2026, yes, to have at least 20 jointly procured high-performance computing infrastructures in Europe. We would like to have at least 10% of those really high-performing computers to be used, 10% usage. So not only to have those high-performance computers, but also by 2027 to have 10% to be used by different stakeholder groups, universities, SMEs, industry, and etc. And then we have supporting KPIs. We would like the EU computer system to be the world top 10. We would like the number of operated services, to be 15 by end of 2024. We need to have some destination Earth partnership projects 20 by end of 2024. So there are, as you see, specific key performance indicators. Yes? For SO1, we have for SO2, yes? Here you see who is interested in AI. Some of you are interested in AI, cloud, data, good. So here, if you're going to support and apply in Digital Europe, you need to make sure that you are contributing towards to those KPIs. that they are not mentioned in the work program. In the work program, you will see only the topic level KPIs. So if you want to be successful, you need to be familiar with the other KPIs in those sub-programs. And we have here, so we need to have at least investments, co-investments in AI testing and experimentation around 180 million euro by 2027. So from the private sector also. We would like, which is, to my view, a little bit peanuts. Why? How much are the investments? But anyway, how much are the investments in AI in US? Any ideas? Huh? Any ideas? How much is the ChatGPT investment? How many people, how much is the budget, the investment? Huh?
15 billion euros.
Yes, it's close or even more than that. It is something like $18 billion, the ChatGPT investment. And we need to have that. We need to, here we start, but in order to become great, you don't need to be great, but you have to start. So we need to start. Let's see it that way. And that can be something positive. So we have here some specific KPIs that we need to perform and achieve. So for example, number of case focused organizations decide to integrate AI into the product processes, 100 by 2030, okay, a little bit conservative. Number of cities and communities developing smart digital solutions as a result of that based on AI, 20 by 27. Okay, European Commission is a little bit conservative on the targets of KPIs in relation to SO2. But it is something that you need to take into consideration. Very quickly, and then we have our break. Similarly, so we have KPIs for all the sub-programs. So any proposal that is submitted in Digital Europe, they need to contribute towards to those KPIs. The ones that you need to contribute specifically are the ones that are the topic level ones. The other ones you need to contribute indirectly. And you have also for the cybersecurity and trust sub-program specific KPIs that you need to support. Also for sub-program of advanced digital skills, here we have some really important ones. So we need by 2027, and this is quite ambitious, to have more than 65,000 students received training on advanced digital skills. 65,000, so that's quite ambitious. Number of enterprises, particularly SMEs, that to have difficulty in recruiting ICT specialists, to reduce them by close to 68% by 2029. Or people that have attended training, they, after the training, to have already find a job, or it is easier for them to find a job, and we see something like 26,000 trainees by 2027. So out of those 65,000, we expect something like almost a little bit less than half of them to be very easy for them to find an attractive job under advanced digital skills. So what does that mean here? If, for example, I am submitting a proposal under advanced digital skills, I would like to have also some collaboration with whom? With the industry. And this is important. I mean, either to have, and you will see some associate partners, to have some associate partners in your consortium from the industry sector. Maybe you can arrange some mobilities and some secondments in the industry sector after that. So anyone that is, so the important thing is not just to create a course, as a university, as what, but also to make sure that as soon as you have developed a course, then you have some collaborations with the industry sector in order to absorb those graduates from your courses. And in Digital Europe, you will see also, but in any European funding program, you have two types of consortium members. You have the ones that receive funding for the action, and these are called beneficiaries, but you have also another type of partners that they participate in the project, they are following the project results, but they don't receive funding. How are they called? Any ideas? How are they called? Associate partners. Yes? Associate partners. So a winning proposal is one that also, especially for advanced skills, has very good links, which means associate partners from the industry sector also. They will not receive funding, but what they will do, they have high interest to the project results. Why? Because they will have what? They will have human capital, educated, well-educated people to work for them. So that's why they are interested in the project results. So that's why they're interested to give the needs. What kind of training needs we have? So a winning project is one that actually it takes into consideration also. That's why we are discussing here the different KPIs, because they tell you also some tips and hints on what you can add, for example, here in your consortium for having more successes of your proposal being awarded. Now, for best use of key technologies, digital technologies, we have definitely the backbone of that is the European Digital Innovation Hubs. So we have so far 151, and that was the target, to have that. Maybe some more will join, but we need to have European Digital Innovation Hubs that their role is actually to give infrastructures and digital services to SMEs and to the industry, and also to provide and facilitate the online e-government services by the public authorities. And we have them also here, and we would like also to see also more blockchain services in Europe at the European level. So we expect to have something like 25 blockchain services by 2027 coming out from this sub-program, SO5. And for SO6, semiconductors, it's still under publication, the related program, but we need to have more activity in the semiconductor area. We need more investments, we need more design tools. What you don't see here is what? What you don't see here in the KPIs. What you don't see is that you see in all the other KPIs.
Actual numbers.
Actual numbers, exactly. Why? Because we don't have yet the full, the final work program. Exactly. But you know at least the type of indicators that we expect to have. The targets, they're going to be mentioned when we have the official work program published. Now, something in order to clarify in Digital Europe, and it might be a little bit different than other European funding programs, is the technological maturity of the solutions. Because some of you are active in Horizon Europe, so you might be a little bit confused, because we need to understand what is the applicable technological maturity of the solutions that are supported by Digital Europe. And in order to understand that, let's see the different TRL levels that we have in any innovation. When we want to develop something, whatever that is, we start from basic research, and then we expect that to penetrate the market. And we go from TRL 1, as you will see, to TRL 9. What is TRL 1, first of all? technological readiness level. When you prove on paper that your crazy idea can work, then you have reached TRL 1. Any examples? Albert Einstein, when he first came out with a crazy idea to convert sunlight into electricity. That was crazy, isn't it? It was. What he did, he proved on paper how you can do that with some mathematical models. Well, as soon as he did that, he reached TRL 1, still on paper. Then we had TRL 2. TRL 2 is when you prove on paper again, you formulate on paper, and you prove that your crazy idea can be supported by that specific technology. So when you describe on paper the idea, the technology to support your crazy idea, then you have achieved TRL 2. And you're still on paper. You have proved that on paper, mathematically. When you go outside your paper and you go to your lab and you have your first experiments successfully implemented in the lab with, yes, that can work, then you have reached TRL 3. And when you complete all the trainings, when you complete all the trainings in the lab, then you have complete TRL 4. So now, no more testing in the lab. Now you have the first, you have a very good indication, at least at the lab level, that your prototype, your solution can work. Then you have reached TRL 4. Now when you go outside the lab and you test your solution with a handful of end users, a limited number of end users. End users can be humans, but also can be machines, algorithms, because your solution, wherever is going to be used as input, then end user is that thing that uses as input your solution. So it can be a machine, it can be a human, it's not always a person. But when you have a handful of end users testing your solution and having some first positive feedback from them, then you have reached TRL 5. Now, when you increase the number of end users, of testing, and you still receive positive feedback, then you have reached TRL 6. And now when you complete all the testing is complete with end users, pilot end users, and you have received feedback and you know what else is missing from your solution, you have reached TRL 7. And when you take that feedback and you complete your solution, you have reached then TRL 8. And when you take now, your solution is ready, you take it to the market, then you have reached TRL 9. And this is very important. Why? Because in digital Europe, we are in that range, from TRL 6 to TRL 9. So digital Europe doesn't support any research. You need, by that diagram, there are two things that you need to understand. The first one, what is your starting point? When you submit a proposal in digital Europe, what should be your starting point of your solution? Should be a crazy idea? Just? No. It should be already a system that has been at least tested by a big number of users. Yes or no? Because it has to be TRL 6. If you don't have that, digital Europe is not for you. So you need to have a prototype that has been tested with a big number of end users as your starting point. At least. And what you need to show also is specific strategy how your solution, even if now it is in a prototype format that has been tested by by a big number of end users, how it will penetrate the market or the society. maybe it will not be achieved during the post-execution, because if your project, as a rule of thumb, if you are expected minimum in one project funded by Digital Europe to advance the technological maturity by 2 levels. So if your starting point is TRL6, which means that you have already tested your solution with a big number of end users, what should be the technological maturity of your solution at least by the end of the project? Tell me. What should be? From TRL6, it should go to where? 8. What does that mean? A complete solution. By the end of the project, you need to have a complete solution. If you start at TRL7, which means that you have already completed all the testing, no more testing, then by the end of the project, what do you need to have? You need your solution to be where? In the market. To be used by the market, by the society. And that's very important. Because any winning proposal, it needs to show convincingly in the application form, first of all, how you reached the current TRL. If you don't do that, your proposal will fail. So that's first thing. And the second thing that you need to show in your grant application is how you will advance the technological maturity of your solution. From minimum TRL6 to TRL8, or from TRL7 to TRL9. Minimum. Is this clear? Because that's important to understand. So always remember the TRL and what is the starting point of your TRL. So we have here, if you start TRL6, you need to complete at TRL8. If you start at TRL7, then you need to have your solution already penetrating the market. And this is actually what we require from Digital Europe programs. It's very high level technological maturity. No research components at all. No lab tests. You should have already been doing them before the funding, which in an extent, for the ones that have been active in Horizon Europe, if you have completed an Horizon Europe, let's say, project, normally the Horizon Europe projects, by the end of the funding period, you have reached TRL 5, in some case TRL 6. So what does that mean? That means Digital Europe program can be an excellent what? An excellent follow-up. So you finish a Horizon Europe project, then if you are in one of those key areas, high performance computing, semiconductors, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, then it's an excellent follow-up project. An excellent one. So you need to check, you need to have that in mind. The previous TRLs have to be developed either from a previous funded project, national one, European one, or from your own resources. If you haven't reached that stage, then Digital Europe program is not for you. You have to do it, you have to prepare that before the Digital Europe exploitation. Is this clear? Because this is important, very important. Any questions on that? So you're familiar now with the TRLs. Yes? TRL minimum 6. Excellent. Now, let's see some type of actions in the funding, because that's important. Mainly we have the simple grants. They're called simple. And for the ones that are familiar with Horizon Europe, they have some good relationship with innovation actions. Where innovation actions, we have, first of all, we need to produce solutions that are going to be developed with some prototyping, testing, demonstrating, so between TRL 6 and 7, or even validating large-scale market validation and replication. Sorry, here, which means TRL 8 or 9. So that's why we have already the TRLs from 6. We expect to go up to TRL 9. So these are the most popular actions, type of projects, type of funding that we have in Digital Europe is the simple grants. That one. Very similar to innovation actions for the ones that are familiar with Horizon Europe. In addition, we have some other ones like the coordination support actions. These are non-research, non-innovation activities. These are for supporting some policies of the Digital Europe. Maybe, for example, I would like to organize an event for all the projects that have been funded under the semiconductors or under the high-performance computing program of Digital Europe. And I would like to organize an exhibition for promoting the results from those projects. That is a coordination support action. So anything that deals with communication, dissemination of group of projects, anything that deals with standardization in a specific area, anything that deals with some further policy making in those areas that Digital Europe is active, can be supported from a coordination support action. Then we have some specific support actions for small and medium enterprises, which means that we would like to encourage the participation of small and medium enterprises in the area of AI, artificial intelligence. So they might have some specific actions only for small and medium enterprises, not for universities, not for the industry, but for SMEs. Then we have some specific actions under Digital Europe. And we have also grants for procurement, to procure a big quantum computer, a big infrastructure in quantum computing, to purchase it. You can receive grant for that from Digital Europe for your infrastructures. So you procure. Now, what is interesting is the last one, which is grants for financial support. And that can be very attractive for small and medium enterprise companies. What is that? There is a call that a big consortium participates and receives money, but then, and that's interesting, most of that funding that they have received from Digital Europe, they distribute it to small and medium enterprises or to other organizations. They receive the funding, and then part of that funding, they distribute it to other organizations. And that is called cascade funding. What is cascade? Because from the Digital Europe goes to a consortium, because they submit a proposal to the call, and then that consortium issues some calls of, for example, tell me, I would like to find solutions, I would like to fund solutions that are related to AI and robotics. And I'm giving up to 60,000 euros for the best ideas on that. So the Digital Europe gave 5 million, 6 million to a consortium, and the consortium then publishes their own open calls, and invites SMEs, mainly SMEs, to submit their proposal ideas, to submit some prototypes that they might have developed in order to fund them to improve further either their ideas or their products. Normally the funding that you receive is around 60,000 euros from cascade funding, but the chances of success are much higher. And another name that you can see for cascade funding is financial support to third parties, or as it has here, grants for financial support. So GFS stands for grants for financial support to third parties, or cascade funding. And it's important to be familiar with those terms, because when we will be looking at the different funding opportunities today of Digital Europe, you need to understand which ones are cascade funding and which ones are not cascade funding. are simple grants, as we've seen, and that's interesting. And, and my favorite one is lump sum grants. What are lump sum grants? Lump sum grants are grants that at the application level, you are specifying in detail how much you're going to spend, which is the hassle. But as soon as you are awarded a grant, then you don't worry at all about the financial report. There is no audit, there is no financial control, and there is no financial form that you have to complete. You completed an activity, then you get the money that you have allocated for that activity. It costed you more, it costed you less, it doesn't matter. So that can be quite attractive, specifically for small and medium enterprise companies that they create, it is quite cumbersome for them to create financial reports. All right. Now, we have these different funding grants, and we have different funding rates. The most common funding rate is 50%. So 50% you will receive from the Digital Euro program, and the rest of the 50% you have to invest it from your own pocket. A question here: why it is 50% and not 100%, apart from the coordination support actions, which is an exception? Why they give 50%? In other European funding programs, it is sometimes 75%, sometimes 100% in Horizon Europe, in some programs. Why it is 50%, you think? It is in connection to the TRLs. Huh? Why?
Because they should also sell the product.
Because you are expected to have a commercial benefit out of it, exactly, at some level. So, since you are expected to have, after the end of the project, since you expect to have a commercial benefit out of it, that's why they say, we expect that you will be doing that anyhow. We expect that you will be designing a new master course. We expect that you will be developing that AI solution, that new health-based solution anyhow. But now you can get extra 50% for doing it. So the important thing, and that's very important for everyone here to remember, is you go to a Digital Euro program when you believe that you have already a solution that fits a call, and you would go with that solution even if you don't receive the funding. Why? Because what is the starting point of a Digital Euro program? TRL 6, yes or no? Yes. So what does that mean? That means that you have already developed most of the solution. Yes or no? You have it in a prototype format. So you have it already in a prototype form. You have already tested with a big number of end users, whoever the end users are. So now, I mean, it will be stupid to stop now, even without funding. Yes or no? I mean, you didn't do all that work just for stopping at TRL 6. So that's why now the European Commission, Digital Europe, says, okay, since you go anyhow with that, we're going to support you with giving you 50% of your total budget. That's one thing. And the other thing is that if it is specifically a lump sum, yes, a lump sum, what does that mean? At the proposal stage, you need to describe in detail what will be your cost per work package, per type of category, per personnel cost, for your traveling, for your infrastructure, for your equipment, for your subcontracting if there is any. So you need to describe in detail what will be your costs. And out of those costs, they are going to fund you 50% as a lump sum. And what does that mean? That means that you have, for example, estimated the financial cost of one activity, which is, let's say, the completion of your AI solution. complete AI solution. This is one task, one work package. And you have estimated that it will cost you 500,000 euros. Out of those, as soon as you complete your AI solution, you will receive 50% of the 500,000 euros. So you will receive 250,000 euros. Now, did it cost you more? Did it cost you less? The European Commission doesn't care. It will fund you according to your plans at the proposal stage, at the application stage. So when you go preparing the proposal, you made an estimation how much that will cost you, and based on that estimation, they have already calculated the cost of that work package. As soon as you complete it, during the post-execution, you will receive the 50% of that cost. Irrespectively of whether it costed you more or less, they don't care. And that can be attractive in some cases. Do you follow the whole concept? Of course, you need to be careful, because some of you might say, okay, then what I can do is I believe that it will cost me 500,000 euros, but in the Excel file, I will say that it will cost me 1 million euros. So in that case, I will receive 500, which is more or less 100% of the total funding, yes or no? Some of you might think about it. What is the risk of that? What is the risk of that? Huh? What?
Evaluators reading your budget.
Evaluators reading your budget, they will say the budget, that's very good, thank you, the budget is overestimated. So if they consider the budget is overestimated, they're going to give you bad mark in the implementation criterion. Where it is in the implementation criterion is where you justify your costs. One of the criteria is justify your costs. So you will get a less mark there. So that's one thing that you need to be careful. The other one that also you need to be careful on the lump sum is that, okay, I'm not going to say that it will cost me 1 million, although I estimate it as 500,000, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell them that my salaries are very expensive. So instead of my salary costing me, let's say 3,000 euros, I will tell them that my salary costs 6,000 euros. Yes? But the person effort that I believe for completing the AI solution will remain the same. Still, the evaluators, they receive instructions to check also the person effort rate by having, and if you want, I can show you that, by having a matrix that shows per country how much is the average salary cost. So if you claim more than that average, let's say, salary cost, and that is double, then that again will be reflected as a lower mark in your implementation. All right? So you need to be careful, because that's a risk that you might face. On the other hand, as I said, as a lump sum, that can be an attractive solution at the end, because you don't have to prepare any financial report during the project delivery. Thank you. Yes?
And if you, for example, hire an IT guy working in USA, so you should stick to your budget and salary average, or you can take USA, because it's
That's a very good question. The question was for the ones that are far behind. If in my staff I have someone that works in US, and in order to be able to offer him or her a competitive salary, because in US the salaries probably are much higher than what they are in Lithuania, which salary shall I claim in my Excel spreadsheet while I'm preparing the proposal? The one in Lithuanian or the one in US? Now, formally, you need to claim the one in US, because that will be your actual cost, but you justify that in the proposal. In the proposal, you're going to say that for that kind of skills, the expertise that is needed is very specialized. very rare to find in Lithuania, so we will have to recruit them and attract them from somewhere abroad Lithuania. My advice is not to mention US. Why? To mention European Union. Why? Because they don't want some funding that is allocated for Europe to go outside Europe, because someone else will benefit. But anyhow, even if it is in US, or if it is in Denmark or in any other Scandinavian country or Sweden, I mean, more or less the salaries are same, or even Scandinavian countries are even higher. So stay in Europe, but justify it. All right? And there will not be any issue on that. Okay, very good comment. Any other question on that? Yes?
About the work packages you just mentioned, maybe you will
Yes.
put it in the slides, but are they connected to moving from one to another, or how many work packages you should?
Okay, normally the work packages, we don't want that many work packages, first of all. Secondly, you receive 3 payments. And I will explain why that is important. You will receive an advance payment, pre-financing, before the start of the project. You will receive one more or less at the middle of your project, if it's a 3-year project in 18 months. And then you will receive another payment at the end of the project. Now, for work packages is not that big, because advancing the TRL from 6 to 7 is a very big work package. You need to split it up in more smaller work packages. So one work package could be integrating the different modules. One work package. Another one could be validation with 100 users. Another work package can be validation and testing with 200 users. So you split that into phases. And the lump sum payment is you receive the pre-finance, then in the middle of the project, so month 18, how many work packages you have completed, then how much was the budget of those work packages, then you are going to receive that amount of work packages minus, of course, the percentage of the pre-financing. So when you are, and this is an important question, when you are planning your budget and your work packages in a lump sum grant, because most of the Digital Europe now are lump sum grants, you need to make sure that you finish most of, at least half of the work packages before month 18. Because if you if you finish them in month 19, most of them, you will not receive a big amount of the interim payment. So that's why you need to be cautious on that. The question is now, what you're going to do with project management work package and dissemination exploitation work package. These are work packages that they are normally from month 1 until end of the month, month 36, yes or no? I mean, you cannot, you need to have continuous project management, and you need to have continuous activities for your communication, dissemination, promoting and raising awareness about your project, yes or no? Yes. What are you going to do there? There, you need to have exactly work package 1, phase 1 of project management up to month 18, and another work package project management phase 2 for the second period of your project. So all those work packages that are continuous from the beginning until the end, you break them into 2 phases. Phase 1 up to month 18, phase 2 from month 18 up to month 32. In order to make sure that you complete half of the phase 1 work package. You don't call it half, you call it phase 1 and phase 2. And actually this is applicable not only in lump sum of Digital Europe, in any lump sum related project. All right. Because otherwise you will not be receiving any money up to the end of the project. You will receive just the free finance and then the final payment, which is not that attractive. Okay. Any other questions on that? Yes?
So you touched really good question about salaries.
Yes.
Is this salary methodology by country open?
Yes, yes, it is.
Will you be able to share a link? Why I'm asking, because
Yes.
especially in high tech, it is, let's say, for senior programmers, senior AI architects, salary in Lithuania or I don't know, France or Scandinavia is about the same. It's not even about the salary, it's about possibility to get that.
To attract them,
Yes,
because,
to attract,
yes, yes.
Let's say it could be the same salary of, I don't know, 6,000–7,000 euros here in Lithuania or in France, the same. So this table is open.
Yes, I mean, the salaries are open, so that's why.
Is it objective? Is it...
Well, they are based on some statistics. And I will show you, it's based on some statistics on organizations that they apply to Digital Euro program, how much salary they report. Yes, on that. So, if that is representative or not, we can have it. I would like the, no, I would like the
browser, right?
The browser, yes.
Okay. Hopefully it works.
Yes, so let's go.
Oh, it won't work, but it does not have internet currently. So,
No?
I'll make an internet work now. So
Oh,
give
okay.
me like 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, we will see it a little bit later because it is useful. That
It's
one.
important because statistics may be a killer to many things, you know.
Exactly. That's true. That's true. We will have a look at it a little bit later because it is important. I'm going to show you the statistics on the dashboard. Yes, to have that. Okay. Anything else? So that is on hold for the time being. Anything else that you would like? Okay. We will need also internet for the digital dashboards and to see previously funded projects. This is very important. So let's wait for our colleagues here to make sure that we have internet connection. Because it's now we are going to navigate a little bit on the different. But while they're doing that, what we're going to do is we're going to check previously funded projects under Digital Europe. Why we need to do that? Why we need to see which projects have been funded? Why we need to know that?
Track record.
So one is reference to say, okay, what kind of projects are funded? So to identify what? Their winning profile. How much was their budget? How many partners they had? How big was the geographical spread? What type of organizations they had? What type of tasks they had also? These are things that we need to examine. What kind of results they have? How ambitious were their results? What was their starting TRL? What was the end TRL by the end of the project? So these are things that this is intelligence that you can get from a Digital Euro program. Because especially if you're new, you need to see from the others, what is that winning profile? You need to understand that. And this is what we have with intelligence. All right. Okay. So this is the EU funding at TEDOS portal, eh?
Yeah.
Can we see?
Yes, I will drag it.
Okay. Perfect. So this is the funding at TEDOS portal. If you Google, I didn't just, you have the links in the slides, but if you Google funding at TEDOS portal, you will see it. We will go to view projects and results first of all. These are all the projects from all the European funding programs. And it's just, so you choose here the programming period. We choose the current one, 2021-2027. We go to the program, we need to go, so all the programs, the Central European programs are here. So we need to go to Digital Europe. We find, and we have them here. So we have now 485 projects that have been funded, and then we can explore with the different type of program. So now here, and it's actually quite interesting. So by looking at those here, you can see, okay, I understand that this is from cybersecurity, this is from best practices, this is from cybersecurity, best practices, skills, advanced skills and training. So we can have that, or even better, I will tell you something. You go to all filters here. So you go here, and one thing that you have here is you select, you can have a filter topic, let's say that you have here AI. Yeah, so you have here AI, whatever goes with, sorry, AI. So here you will have, so you have those courses with AI. So you select training courses, or if it is the cloud, you select those. So you see the 5 items here, and you see here the projects, and they have been funded. You go to this one now. Here, this is a summary. Status open is still running. You see also the type of grant, and they have, you see the partners. Yes. And what you don't actually see is the project website. They don't have it. So what you go is you go to Big Brother. Who is Big Brother? Google. Yes. Let me go here. This one here to see Control C if it's going to work. And then you go and you add a tab. Let me see, Control V. I should have written the these are lives pass through a digital world. No, it's not the one that I'm looking for. I need the, sorry, this one here. I need lip 3D control. Sometimes you work with the title, sometimes you check with the acronym. Control V. Instagram, Facebook, Live, models. Let me go once more and try this one. The problem is that it is a title that is. Yes, that could be one thing, or the other one is that the title is very open, or they just started, as you said. But you need to do some investigation of that. So you have now Lip 3D project. So sometimes you are trying to play around with the acronym or the full title. For the time being, as they don't have a website, they have just a Facebook group or whatever that is. Yes. Okay. Click here. Now they have. But you need to connect to Facebook to see. So, but you can find out some information. This is how much is the budget of that project? Because I'm very surprised to see that they have just a Gmail. Let me check. Okay, the budget was okay. They are not excused. I mean, with €1 million, you need to have a better website. I mean, not a Facebook one, and that's okay. But you you understand now how things are. Anyway, you try from their project website, wherever that is, to identify some more information about the project, their profile, the type of partners, what they have been doing. So this is one thing that is that we need to understand. Also, normally from the project website, sometimes we can get by far more information than one we can get from the funding and tenders portal. Anyway, and they started 1st of October 2024, so all right, we can excuse them. Let's say that the project is still under preparation, they're going to finish on the 31st of March 2026, so okay, we can forgive them. And we can do the same exercise for all the projects. Now, this is one way to do it. The other way, and I will check that, but before doing that, let me check either the guidance and documents or the reference documents. No, this is, no, I will go to the reference documents. So I will select the program here again, Digital Europe. Templates, guidance. Let me check a little bit this one. Then rules for arbitration, no. This one. No. Cost. Templates. Let me check whether we have something here. Anyway, I will look on the. I will look during the break. I will look and I will show you for that list with the salaries. Don't worry, we will just one more thing. Check here. No. Okay, I will check that. Now, there is one way to find projects through the links that we have here. So let me take that out for the time being, and then I will put it back. Okay, and now let me try to see whether that works. So one is from the funding and tender results, and we have that already. This is what we've seen. It's this one here. You go to funding and tenders portal, and then I will go to the other one. And that you see all the projects that have been funded. If you're lucky, you will find a better website than the Facebook website for some of the projects with some more information. This is very important to do it. One way is to do it from the funding and tenders portal. The other one is from the digital dashboard. This is very useful because it can give you also some better intelligence regarding the projects, regarding the countries that are participating. So in the digital dashboard, if we click on it, it will it's a little bit not that straightforward to identify projects, but this is anything that you need to know about Digital Europe from the statistics point of view. You can have it here from the digital dashboard. Yes, it shows how many participants we have, also per country, also the organization type, how many are participating. So we can select, for example, the Lithuania, just to see. So we have here the dashboard of Digital Europe. So we see more or less the type of organizations that are participating. This is how many participants we have from Lithuania here in 2025, so we expect to have them because many projects are going to start and still run in 2025. Also, the top funded projects here is that they have partners from Lithuania. These are all the projects of Digital Europe that they have partners from Lithuania. So if you want now to find out more information regarding merit, yes, it sounds interesting. Master of Science is Smart, Secure and interconnected systems. So you normally in other programs you could have a link. Here there is no link in Digital Europe, so what you can do is you just select that one. I don't know whether you can merit. So I'm just trying to do copy and paste, but it doesn't work. I will have to write it. But you see now for which program has been funded, the type of the program and the type of action. And if you want to find more information regarding that, you can go to Master of Science, Smart, Security, Connected Systems. So you say here, you Google that, and you see Master of Science. Let me correct. Of Science. What was the title? You remember? Master of Science? Interconnected Systems. Connected Systems, and then we had the merit. Merit, go there, you see merit. So you receive more information regarding that course. So if you were merit projects, so here some information regarding that, or Master of Science here, security connected, so I think you go here. Merit project. Here, this is the project website. This is much better than the previous that was in Facebook. Of course, we're lucky. And now you can explore it. You see what they suggested. You see vision. This is very important because you see here vision, the challenges, the impact, the challenges that the project is going to deal with, the impact that is going to create. Yes? Because you can get very nice ideas regarding your project from the profile. Also, the syllabus of the masters, of the courses, publications, deliverables can be very nice because you can get inspired. Yes? So you can find information here. They have, okay, the study program framework. So if you are submitting another course, in another call, in another thematic, you can get, for example, from the skills mapping software tool or from the study program framework, some ideas. Because the skills, for example, the skills mapping software tool can be a very good starting point for you. You can suggest it or you can use the similar one. Yeah? So that's why it is very important to have a look on previously funded projects. Now, in some cases, you can, even if you go to the, let me here, so even if you go, so even in some other cases, you can find also statistics on that. Let me see whether these are available now. Sometimes they are not in digital dashboard. Let me go here again. Let me do it once more. see, we can have a program. And we can have it here. Let me see. Selection. Key figures. Okay, so we can select this one here. Key figures. So you see here number of signed grants. Let me see. EU contribution. Let me. Sometimes you go to country and you go to Lithuania. Ah, we have it already. Perfect. So we see here the EU contribution. So you see, I'm just looking for also some statistics on the type of actions. Let me increase it a little bit. You see how many projects have been signed, 32 projects. It's okay, 93, 60 organizations. We have 6 organizations already in successful projects. So we have 32 projects and 60 participants from Lithuania already participating in Digital Europe, and here we can see the top participants from Lithuania. You see all these 60 participants, and also you see the number of projects that they are participating. So Vilnius Gedimino Technikos University is quite successful, you see, with 4 projects already in Digital Europe. Vilnius University is with 3. Vitaudo University is with 5. So you can understand more or less which organizations are very active in Digital Europe from the Horizon dashboard. From this digital dashboard, sorry. That can be interesting. So you have the link in your notes, you can navigate a little bit, but in some cases, if you see some organizations that, for example, this one here, WAB, seems quite active. You might want to contact them and see whether you can learn from them something or collaborate with them. Yes, or Mykola Romeiro University is with 3. And normally you see universities here that are not that active in other European funding programs. Okay. Any question on the Horizon dashboard or on the on how to find previously funded projects? Because what is important is from previously funded projects to see what? So, related to your topic related, you need to have, first of all, you need to have the profile of the winning projects. So what is the profile of the winning projects? You check them. I mean, how many partners? First of all, geographical location. So as soon as you find a call that is related to yours also, that you're targeting, how many partners? Geographical location. Ambition, or before that, type of partners, which means academic, non-academic. How many we have from the academic sector? How many we have from the non-academic sector? Industry, public authorities, SMEs, non-academic. Or then project objectives or project objectives. Then project impacts. It's very important to have that. In some cases, you might see also, as a question mark, work plan structure. Their work packages. Or, in some cases, you can check deliverables, public available, public, and get inspiration. Yes? Have here, get inspired. This is supposed to be an electric bulb. So to have an inspiration. So it's important to check with the funding literacy portal or with Horizon dashboard. You don't have apparently the website link directly from there, but you go to Big Brother, Google, or sometimes ChatGPT, the Google search, and you look for the project website. And from the project website, you look for all this information. And then you decide, your question will be, okay, can I prepare a similar project with that ambition, with that profile? Can I have that many partners? Can I have partners from that type of organizations also, academic, non-academic, or some policy makers? Can I develop similar project objectives? Can I achieve similar expected impacts? This is a very nice idea for the work plan structure. I can suggest probably similar work packages, so you get an idea from the work package structure. You check some deliverables. So from the deliverables you can see some sections that you can include in your proposal. So this is intelligence based on public information. And how can you find previously funded projects? From two sources. Remind me which are these ones? Which ones? From the two sources. From where? From the? From the funding and portal. Thank you for that. And from digital dashboard. Who knew digital dashboard before? Come on, you don't count for that. Okay, so it is important to exploit both of them. I prefer digital dashboard, but might be a little bit advanced. But if there is some time at the end, we can play a little bit around and see how you can navigate with Horizon dashboard by yourselves. If not, you go to the funding and data portal, you go to the project results, and you go and check them there. But it's important to get that kind of intelligence from them. Any questions on that? Yeah? Okay. So we have the two sources. Okay, now.
I have a question.
Yes?
Is it possible to join the pool of partners in the late stage, for example, that the project is already approved?
No. It's only, and that's a very good idea, and this is what we will discuss this afternoon. First of all, the question from your colleague was, is it possible, if we find a running project, to ask them to join? I mean, officially and sign a contract? No, because the contract is already with the agreed consortium, which means that you cannot receive also any extra funding. However, and that is extremely important, and thank you for asking that question, what you can do is when you identify a project that is related to your own expertise and to your own roles, you contact them as soon as you find the contact details from the project website, and you ask them to contribute to the current project pro bono, without any funding, either as member of the advisory board. You've seen that that project Merit had also an advisory board. You've seen that. So you can ask them to be members of the advisory board. Ask them to be peer reviewers. You can be a peer reviewer in some of the deliverables that they have. And or participate as a speaker in one of their events. And why you're going to do that? First of all, for getting experience, that's okay, and extending your network. But also, you are building a stepping stone for further collaboration in another call that will be related. Because the best way to identify a potential applicant and convince them to take you on board is to have already some collaboration with them. So you you identify from Lithuania, from any other country, organizations that are coordinators or partners, core partners, you contact them and you don't ask them if, for example, there was already a call in advanced skills or in AI and you wanted to prepare a proposal together. And you asking them, if they prepare a proposal, please take us into account. In most of the cases, you will take a negative response. In 95% of the cases. Why? Because they have what? They have already their own network. Yes or no? They have their own network already. So how can you convince them? You contact them, but not for working together in another call that will be published in 2 months' time or so. You are contacting them now for collaborating, helping them, offering your expertise in their current project. And when, in 1 month's time, as soon as you have already some collaboration, and you start working with them, then you contact them. And you say, by the way, there is that call. Are you planning to submit a proposal? We will be highly interested in joining efforts with you. This afternoon, you will see some tips and hints on that. I will give you, there is an email template, 2 email templates that you can send to current projects and offer, first of all, your value on their current project. And after 1 month or so, as soon as you have already some communication, some collaboration, you send them the second email to see whether they are interested to consider your profile in their proposals if they are active in any. But we'll see that this afternoon. Okay, thank you for that question because that was useful. Now, I cannot change slides here. I don't know why. It works, but let me. Can you hear? I cannot change slides.
Maybe by keys? No?
No?
So now?
Is
it's not
yes, it works now. Okay, thank you for that. Now, so we've seen funding letters portal, we've seen Horizon dashboard, and what I would like is, now, first of all, do you have any questions on that? Because then we will see how to read the work program topic. So what we have done so far? So far we have seen what are the expected benefits from a project. We've seen the 6 expected impacts. We've seen the 6 sub-programs of Digital Europe. We've seen KPIs. What does that mean? You need to support those KPIs if you're going to be successful in those Digital Europe projects. We've seen the different type of actions as well as the different funding rates. I understand that's 50%, but in some cases it might be attractive, the lump sum, or anyhow your starting TRL is very close to the market, so you could be doing that anyhow, so that's why that can be attractive. We've seen also how to allocate different previously funded projects in the areas that you're interested in, and what kind of intelligence you can get out of them if you're going to submit a proposal. And now what we are going to see is how we are going to read a work program topic. How we're going to read the call funding opportunities. Now, the call funding opportunities exist in 2 sources in Digital Europe. In the online funding letters portal, as well as in an official document that is called work program. So we have 2 different sources. Yes. So actually, okay, we have also in the Digital Europe website, but that's okay. So we have from the funding and the portal. You go there, you see the call for proposals and Digital Europe. When is the deadline? And you are going to have a quick look on them, and you see the funding opportunities, the currently open one. Or you go to the work program, which is a PDF file that contains the funding opportunities. Or you go to the Digital Europe website and you see here the latest work programs that are applicable in Digital Europe. Now, for me, there are two sources that you're going to use. The funding and Enterprise portal and the work program in reference documents. Now, how are you going to do it? You're going to use both, but one after the other. First, you're going to use the funding and Enterprise portal, and then you're going to use the work program in reference documents, and I will explain you why, and we will see that. Here, this is, for example, the funding and Enterprise portal. You go to the funding and Enterprise portal, you select Digital Europe, you check the submission status, the ones that are open, and you have already a list of the funding opportunities. Okay, these are the funding opportunities that are submitted. Most of them I see that the deadline of submission is 21st of November. Okay, but there is one here on 21st of January, if that is another one on 21st of January. So, okay, you can see the ones that are open. You click on them, and we will see a live demonstration. So it's this one here. And this is the information that you get from the funding and tenders portal. This information more or less describes the topic description, the funding and tenders portal, which is a good starting point, but is not all the information that you need to know. Because in the funding and tenders portal, there is just a summary, if I may say, of the full call topic description. And you need to be careful on that, because in other European funding programs, whatever is in the funding and tenders portal is the complete set of information. In Digital Europe, it is an exception. In Digital Europe, the funding and tenders portal, the online portal, gives a synopsis of the full call. Because if you go to the work program, and we will see that, you will see a lot of information. All this is just for the same call. All this is just for the same call. 6, 7, 8, 9 pages. And we will see also 15 pages. And I keep on, and you see how many informations we have just for one call. Here we just have 1 page, 2 pages, maybe with something that is a little bit less. Here we have something like 10 pages. 10 pages of pure content. So you use the funding and tenders portal for what? For identifying the open opportunities, and then for reading the details, you go to the PDF file, because it has by far more information. And I repeat that that's an exception. In other European funding programs, everything that you have in the online version, you have it also in the PDF version. So you need to be careful if you're coming from another program, not to just read the information in the funding and tenders portal. So how do we find both informations? So that's interesting, and we will, and then we will go back. So first of all, as we said, we will go to the funding and tenders portal. Okay, so this is, let's back. We'll increase it a little bit. So we were here before because we're examining a little bit. So So you go to calls for proposals, you go funding and tenders. So this is the Digital Europe. The submission status, either forthcoming, open. You can check the closed ones. There are no forthcomings. There are 22 currently open. So you have those items here. But now I would like you to pay a little bit attention here. I would like to go to the all filters here. And you see, there are two types of calls here, direct calls and cascade funding. Remind me, what is cascade funding? If we do that, we will see. What is cascade funding? Cascade funding is when a project has already received funding, they submitted the proposal, it was accepted, and now some part of that funding, they are distributing it to third parties for specific purposes. For cyber security transformation, you see cyber security transformation of small and medium enterprise companies. So if, let me hide that. So, or the cyber security improvement grants. If you click on any of them, you will see, okay, you will have here evaluation process, so you have here some information. This is specifically for SMEs. They have received funding, and by 8th of December 2024, you need to go through that project here, NCCIE. They have received funding, and now most of it, they would like to give it to small and medium enterprises. But when is the deadline for submitting it? 8th of December. What kind of information and requirements the proposal should have? You go and you check the NCCI grants for SMEs in Ireland, and you see what are the requirements there. They give a little bit of information, but you check that link for more information regarding the cascade funding. So the Digital Europe, what they did in cascade funding, how that is. So we have the DEP Europe. They give funding via calls of proposal to project A, project B, and then project A issues their own call of proposals, and that is here funding, and this is here cascade funding, and that normally is given to SMEs. And that is a special type of funding. That's the one. And then we have the direct funding, so this is indirect. Then we have the direct funding. And this is what we're interested in. We have the Digital Euro program, and then it issues calls of proposals, and then we have project A funded, project B funded, project C funded, and the same here. So here, in the cascade funding, if you're an SME, you apply to that project in order to receive funding. This is the case here. In direct funding, you prepare a proposal based on the calls of proposals based on their own official work program, and you receive funding directly from the Digital Euro program. Yes?
So what are usually the institutions that provide cascade funding?
They can be either institutions or they can be consortia of partners, of organizations. Sometimes they are institutions like public authorities, or they have a specific role in if they want to develop e-government services for a specific area. There is a public institution to do that. In order to identify which kind of public services they should offer, They have received funding from Digital Europe, then they invite SMEs to give ideas of public services that they can offer. That's one way. And the other one is, instead of an organization, you can have a consortium of partners that they have received as a project, the cascade, the funding, and then they distribute it to third parties. Yes?
Would you say it's more competitive?
Sorry?
Would you say it's more competitive?
The question is whether it is more competitive. This one, the direct one, is more competitive than cascade funding. So you have more chances. First of all, not as Project A, but as an SME or as medium enterprise, you have more chances of receiving funding through cascade. Because there are chances here, but here it can be 50%, in some cases 40%, it depends. But here it is around 15%, 20%, the direct funding success rate. Good question. Any other question on that? So now, definitely, okay, cascade funding is nice and you can consider it and you know now how to look at it and then to get more information. But we are going to be more concerned on the most challenging ones. Also, in some cases, it's not only the success rate that is better in cascade funding, also the application form can be simpler. In Digital Europe, the full application normally is 70 pages, 70, in direct funding. In cascade funding, depends on the project specifications, but sometimes it can be just 10 pages. It can be more, but sometimes it can be 10 pages, 5 pages, just to complete a form to receive some funding. So, you need to check in your case, if you're a small and medium enterprise company and you're not interested to initiate a project or join a consortium, then probably cascade funding, if it is an area that you're interested in, could be quite attractive for your activities. Why? More chances to get funded and less hassle for preparing the proposal. All right. So now, but in our case, let's see that we would like to have let's take all filters here. I would like not, EU external actions is not applicable for you, so you don't worry on that. So you want the direct calls, the ones that are issued by the Digital Europe program. So in that case, we see that there are 12 currently open calls. Right? Currently open calls, and you've seen that so 21st of November. So if you check special education programs, you see the topic description here. It gives what kind of deliverables are expected. It doesn't give any information on the expected impact, but it gives some regarding the objective. So it's a synopsis, scope, and that's it. Also, you can see the previously funded projects from the reference documents as well as from the digital dashboard, but that's it. Now let's see how we can find out the same information, but the information for the call, but by far more extensive. Under the guidance and documents, we go to reference documents, we go to work program and call documents, we go to the latest ones always, and here we have, let me check, okay, so we have the advanced skills. We go to the latest one. So this is the one that was before, the similar one that we had in the funding and others portal. We click on it. You see that it's a PDF file. Yes? And then I will show you some things. A PDF file with that call. And you see how much information you get. I mean, okay, the eligibility, financial capacity, and award criteria, you can find them also from other documents. But the objectives, the scope, the outcomes and deliverables, the KPIs to measure outcomes and deliverables, the targeted stakeholders, the type of action you find it also there, specific condition you find also there, available budget you have it. But outcomes and deliverables, KPIs and etc. are by far more extensive. So if we click on the call, so this is the call here. It has the objectives, it has the scope, and we will explain how you're going to read that paragraph per paragraph, the outcomes and deliverables, the KPIs to measure outcomes and deliverables, what kind of reports are needed, type of action, okay, this is a coordination support action. So you see that we receive by far more information in the PDF file rather than what we do in the funding and tenders portal. And we need to study all of it. And this is actually what we're going to do with our training slide. So let me check. So here, this is. So you are convinced by now that we have by far more information in the PDF. Is that okay? Correct? Perfect. So now this is the one that we're going to focus, because this is one that we need to know how to read. Before reading that, also that is important, whenever you read a document, you check the history of changes. Yes, because in the PDF document, you will see that the last update, they don't have something else, so I assume that the last update was 11th of June 2024. But if you check the funding and tenders portal, which is lower, if you check a little bit down, I mean in our call, let me, in our call, if we go back, go a little back and we check, so this is the call here, whatever that is. You see here it says topic updates. Yeah? So, and you see all of them. And if you check the history of change in the PDF, you might see that it hasn't been updated with some more information that might be relevant or might not be relevant in your case. But always check that. Always check the latest topic updates, because sometimes they change the text, sometimes they give some information that might not be in the PDF, because the PDF was produced in June 2024, it was published in the work program as a PDF file, but the updates have been included only in the online version. So there are three things that you need to have in mind. First, you start with the online version. You identify the calls that you're interested in, because it's easier to look which are the open calls. Then you go to the PDF file, you download the PDF file with the full call topic description, and then you check also if there are any updates in the online version that probably haven't been considered in the PDF file. And you take them also into consideration. So if you have to, you use the online tool for finding calls and for checking the updates, and you use the PDF version for finding the full call topic description. Is that clear? Yes? Perfect. So now we are going to read each one of the different sections. So we had one call, yes, we had one call, and this was skills, essential skills. I think that was the call that we were targeting. Now you need to read each one of the words might have an importance. Always, whenever you see a word in the middle of the sentence with a capital letter, you need to pay attention to it. So in our case here, we see in the middle of the sentence here, visit the digital skills and jobs platform. Whatever is with a capital, that means that this is either a policy or a tool. So you need to take that into consideration. Whenever you see digital skills, jobs platform, okay, they have also the links here that you can identify them easier, but that means that this is either a policy or a tool, so you need to know about them. If you are submitting a call application under this one here, which is specialized education programs in key capacity areas, you need to take into consideration this thing here. So that's the first thing. The second thing that is you need, this is your call. So this is the background information. So this is the call. You will see, you will need to know what are the core objectives and targets. And here you read also under the background, you need to identify also what are these needs that we have. Normally, the background information in the Digital Europe program shows the problems that you need to address. And you need to be fully familiar with the problems. Now, I will recall what Albert Einstein said once. He said that if they were giving me a problem to solve, and they were giving me 1 hour, and it's a matter of death or life, which means if I don't find the solution to that problem, I will die, I will spend 50 minutes for understanding the problem and just 10 minutes for giving the solution. This is exactly what you need to do here also. By reading the work program description, you need to identify what are those problems and what are those needs that you need to address. Because the most common mistake that takes place in Digital Europe program is, and in many others, is that you offer your solutions without rationalizing the problems that you're going to address. So for me, the most important part while you're reading the work program is to identify, okay, what are the problems that I'm going to address? Many of them, or most of them, will be provided from the call topic description. From where? We have them, first of all, from the background information of that call. One thing is that one. Now, one question, as soon as you have problems, what do you need? You need what? You need solutions. Exactly. So, which are the solutions in Digital Europe? They are the objectives. Yes? The objectives. And the objectives that we have at the very beginning of a call, plus, and you will see also, here we have objectives that they are mentioned in a paragraph format, plus the ones that will follow in the scope. We will see that here. So this is the scope. This is the scope, so it's a continuation of the call. So you see the call description is very long. So we have background, we have under the call, the objectives, then we continue with the scope. So the solutions are the objectives that are before, plus the objectives that we have here. You see here, depending on which area you are targeting, you have different project objectives. So it says here, okay, you need to develop, if you're planning to develop here, proposals under this topic must address the design and delivery of one of the following types of programs. So you need to develop either one of them, or if it is type 2, then you need to develop one of them, or if it is type 2, then there are some other topics that you can develop. So the first thing, first of all, is that it's one. And that's important because in some other cases, in the Digital Europe program, you might see words like, so you see one, so that's okay, clear. You see some of the following, or you see several, or you see all. This is what you see. Either one, some, several, or all. Clear? Now, one and all is clear. Either you have one of them, like here, or you need to apply all of them. If it was saying here all, you had to go through all the bullet points. So these are the bullet points. If it says sum, as a rule of thumb, that means that you need to apply a little bit less than 50% of the bullet points. Whenever you see that. If it says several, then that means a little bit more than 50% of the bullet points. So if in our example here it doesn't say that, but if it was saying here instead of one, if it was saying some of the following type of programs, some, then that means since we have here 5, so that will be around 2, something like that. If it was saying several of the following types, then that means you should have achieved at least 3. If it was saying all, then that means all 5. Clear? Because this is a very nice rule of thumb for you to understand. Okay. Now, the other thing is that, so we have the project objectives. Here, then in some cases, you might get some hints, and that's important, after, normally, after the, so we have here, in the call topic, we have in the call topic we have background, which is the rationale, why we need that kind of projects. Then we have objectives and scope bullets, the bullet points of objectives and scope. These are your solutions. And after the scope of bullets, we have some paragraphs. These paragraphs normally are giving you tips on your method, on your approach. Yes? Tips. So for example, after the bullet points in the scope, we are in the scope, we have some paragraphs that they give you some hints on what kind of, how many you're going to have, your targeted, how many your methodology should aim for, what should be the type of programs that we have. So you receive a lot of useful information. And here we have also some further project objectives, which are part of your, after the scope, tips. And then we have some further objectives, which is part of your solutions. And then I will explain what are these here that we have. And then if we go and then we read again tips on the suggested approach. Yes, and not only that, it gives you also, and that's important, the application, the Digital Europe application has 4 sections. It has the excellence section, implementation section, impact section, and work plan section. So you see also, for each one of the sections in the grant application, what you need to take into consideration. So some tips, what you need to take into consideration for each one of the sections in the grant application. We have them also there. And at the end, what you have is you have outcomes and deliverables. So you have deliverables, results more or less. Or here, and that's also important to recall, you have KPIs. You remember the KPIs that we discussed that you need to address? There are these in the work program, but do we have also some additional KPIs? Do we have some additional KPIs? Yes? Where do we have them? From the core performance KPIs you see before our break. We've seen also some other key performance indicators per sub-program. You need to consider them also, in addition to the ones that you see here. So we have here the KPIs that we have, and then some suggestions on what should be the consortium synthesis, so some tips also on your approach. So we have them here by reading the pages, and then we have also okay, these are the type of funding rates, some specific topic. These are eligibility criteria that we have. So we've seen now that the call topic description is very big. It's around 10 pages, 12 pages. We have 4 different sections. We have objectives. We have problems. We have objectives. We have KPIs, key performance indicators. We have tips on how to address each one of the different criteria in the grant application. And we have also tips what we should consider in our consortium synthesis and in our approach. So they are very detailed, yes or no? They are. So you don't have to think that much, let's put it that way. However, you need to comply with all of them. And sometimes even one word, one, some, or several can make a difference, and actually a big difference. Okay, so when you will be reading the call, then you believe that this is for you, you need to read each one of those sections and make sure that you understand everything. And in order to recapitulate and stop for our break, what you need to do in order to complete step 1. And this is recapitulation. I want you to understand that if you want to remember something, is that Digital Europe is high technological solutions of high technological maturity, TRL 6. This is one thing that I want you to remember. The other one is that you need to achieve specific quantified indicators. Not only the ones that are mentioned in the work program, but there are some others that are mentioned in general, and the ones that we've seen in the training slides per sub-program. The other thing that I want you to remember is that when you want to find a call in Digital Europe, you go first to the funding and tenders portal. You identify the call that you're interested in. Then you look for details in the PDF version, and then you check the updates. And as soon as you're done with that, then you start reading the work program text, paragraph per paragraph, by paying attention to all the requirements of that call. Clear? Okay. The person effort rates. Let me see that. It will work. Most likely, yes. Yes, thank you. So I've promised to you that I will tell you how much is the salary. So we go to 2022 present, we select a country, and I will have that in your notes. We go to Lithuania. Yes, it doesn't make any change because Digital Europe doesn't have that much data as Horizon Europe, so they use exactly, officially, the one for Horizon Europe is applicable for Digital Europe. It's official, that one. All right, so you see here you see the majority, how many person months have been claimed. So normally what you get here with this diagram is that the majority of salaries, average costs, are between around 6,000 euros, you see, a lot of. So between 5,000, 6,000 euros, this is something that is considered acceptable in Digital Europe, although the data is from Horizon Europe, it's officially, Digital Europe recognizes those rates also for the Digital Europe program. Now, if you need to exceed that, then you need to pick up a country in member states that probably has higher salary rates, and you're going to explain in your application form that some of your employees are based in those countries, so that's why you're going to use those rates. Now, something that is not part of Digital Europe, but since some of you mentioned the remote working, you need to be a little bit careful on when you involve, I'm opening a bracket here, some remotely. Because when you recruit an employee and someone that works remotely for you, where do they work from? Normally from their own premises, correct? What is the issue in that case? If they don't use your own facilities, if they don't use your own premises, your own infrastructures, what you might be challenged to? The overhead costs, the indirect costs. They might tell you, look, for those people that work remotely, I don't think we need to give you this indirect cost. In Digital Europe is 7%. In Horizon Europe is 25%. So you always need to be careful when you recruit people remotely that there is a risk, it can be, that they might not accept your overhead costs for that person. Because normally when you have a person, they recognize, in addition to the salary that you give them, also an indirect percentage of that salary as overhead cost for your own organization. So in Digital Europe is 7%. So if all your employees are working remotely, then you might face that. Now, it hasn't happened that often, but you need to have that in mind. That in some cases, they might challenge whether they should give you the full fixed rate for your overhead and indirect costs. So this is the one that we have, quite high, okay. So we see also around this, so between 5,000 and 6,000, I think it's a nice salary average for people that are working in Lithuania. All right. Now, any questions before we proceed on anything? I will take this. Let me take it back. This one here. So we've seen now. So we've seen the reference documents, how to read the information, by far more information in the PDF file instead of the online version. We've seen also how to read the work program called topic description, paragraph per paragraph, because it makes a difference. Now we've seen all this. So now what we did is we completed step one. Yes, step one has been completed. So now what we're going to do is we're going to see now step two. Step two, what it is the full proposal development cycle. Now it will be fine-tuned specifically for Digital Europe, but it can be applied in any program. Yes, with some, of course, different, some slight changes. Now, I create a formula. When you're going to develop a project, what we have, first of all, as an output from step two, we based on that public information, based on the analysis that we did, what do we have so far? as an output of step 1? What is the output that we have from step 1? What do we know now? What we should know now? Shouldn't we know what is the call that we're going to target? We did the analysis. We've seen that, yes, we've seen previously funded projects. We've seen all the calls, either online or through the work program. We've seen the ones that we believe we can contribute. So based on that, at least, and based on the expertise and the domain that we are active, we have identified either a direct call or a cascade call that we can target. Yes or no? Yes. Now that's the output of step 1. So now we keep that aside in our mind, because now based on that call, we need to start preparing a proposal. Yes or no? Yes. So we have now, let's see what are the steps in order to develop a proposal targeting that specific call that we have as identified from step 1. So everything, and we need to see that, is this proposal development cycle is a route of traffic lights. Because, and this is important, because otherwise you will spend resources in vain. I would like you, in order to go from I to C, from C to R, from R to E, I would like you to identify what are the traffic lights. Because if it is red traffic light, you stop there. You don't cross the road, unless you are in Greece. Sometimes in Greece we cross the traffic light even if it is red. But in digital Europe, we don't proceed until it gets red. It didn't get green. We stop there. And what do we win with that? What do we win? We win resources, energy. We avoid frustrations. So what we have is, in order to go to each one of those steps, we need to identify what are those specific green traffic lights. So we have the call, that's perfect, and now let's go to the I. And everything starts with a great idea. Yes? You need to identify a great idea for your Digital Europe call. In order that idea to be great, you need more or less 7 principles to identify, because these are quite important, those 7 principles. Otherwise, your idea is not going to be that great. First of all, yes, you need to address a key economic or social challenge that already is mentioned in the call topic. We've seen that. You remember the rationale and also the challenges in the call topic description. We have already identified either a key challenge, societal or economic, or an opportunity. So we need to make sure that our idea is giving solution or is supporting that specific opportunity. That's first element, priority 1. Second one, it needs to support our mission and vision of our core team as an organization. If your mission and vision is to develop an AI solution, a personal, let's say, robot assistant, that will help elderly people to take care of themselves, take the medicine, take the, remember their appointments, their health medical checks and etc. to connect online, to have an appointment with their doctor. So that solution should be part of your mission and vision, because first of all, you're going to fund it with 50% from your pocket. So you never go to that call only for the funding itself. Because if you do that, what will happen? You will lose money. And we don't want that. So that's why it has to be aligned with your purpose as an organization, your mission and vision. This is what it means. Also, we've seen that in the call topic description, we have some specific impacts, short-term impacts, long-term impacts, as well as some KPIs, key performance indicators, that we need to address. We need to make sure that our idea will contribute towards to those impacts that are in the topic. Some of them are directly mentioned in the call topic description. Some of them are per sub-program in Digital Europe. We've seen that already, because we've seen the specific ones in work program. We've seen also that there are some others that are in the sub-program, general ones. We need to make sure that we contribute to those. Then what we have? We need to make sure that all the objectives that we have in the call, as well project objective here, no, this is not this one, it is this one here. All the objectives plus the scope bullets that we have in the call, our idea is fully supporting them. So that's the next principle that we have, the fourth one. The next one we need to understand is that you are receiving funding not only for you, because that's European funding. So what does that mean? That means that your solution should open the floor for new innovations and for new discoveries by other parties also. So your idea needs to have that long-term expectations also. And also, it has to be challenging to be achieved, but feasible. I mean, it is on one hand innovative, but it can be done. And the last thing is that it should not be possible to be implemented by the others. You should be the best consortium to implement that idea. So you have now 7 principles, 7 requirements, and these are extremely important. If some of them are not addressed according to your views, then your idea for that call topic is not going to be a great idea. And now, okay, we have those 7 principles. We have what we have. We have the call topic. We know now, based on the call topic, what are the expectations, what are the impacts, what are the scope objectives, the other objectives, what is the rationale. So, okay, we can start preparing an idea. How can we prepare a great idea? There are some methods. First of all, we need to understand that whenever you're going in a group to prepare an idea, the people that will participate in the preparation of that idea, they need to come prepared. What does that mean? That means all the people that you will discuss is going to be 2 people. Is going to be yourself sometimes. You can do it by yourself. You need to come prepared. You need to know very well what is the call topic description, what are the expectations, and to see how you're going to align them. Now, you have your group session. It shouldn't take you more than 1 hour and a half, 2 hours to come with an idea. So you invite your team, you say, look guys, I found that call. I believe that call is for our organization. Why? Because we are developing similar solutions, or we want to develop similar solutions. So let's sit down. I want you to read that call. You send them the extract from the PDF 2 days, 3 days before, and then you invite them a specific day for 1 hour and a half to come and meet and come out with a great idea. Which one you think should be a great idea that supports the 7 principles? One principle that is very often overcome, not that well estimated, is the mission and vision. You need to have an idea not only that respects the expectations of the Digital Europe call, but also it respects your own interests. Because otherwise you are offering service to the European Commission without getting the value that you need. So you invite them. You said, we're going to have it for 1 month, for 1 hour and a half. 1 hour and a half. And then you are applying the Parkinson law. Not the Parkinson disease, the Parkinson law. What is the Parkinson law? The Parkinson law is, students are experts on that. When they have exams, they don't study anything during the whole year. 1 week before the exam, or even less than that, they study, focused, and they pass. We need to do the same thing, but in 1 hour and a half. In 1 hour and a half, we need to say, this is the time that we have. We don't have time for superfluous and unnecessary discussions. We want to come out with a great idea that supports the 7 principles. So the less time we have, the more effective we get. And anyone will give you ideas, because maybe they have thought about it, maybe they thought during the meeting, but you will come out with many ideas. However, you need one idea, one great idea. So what you should be doing is, while everyone is giving ideas, you are considering all the ideas in a brainstorming session, because this is actually a brainstorming session. You are considering all the ideas, And you are, if are similar, you are grouping them. You are combining them. And then you go and you filter out the ones that you believe support less each one of the 7 principles. Do you want to give them marks? Do you want to work with your instincts? It doesn't matter. What it does matter is that you're going to filter out all the ones and you're going to select the top one that supports more all the different priorities that we have, the 7 principles. So now what you have now, you are out of this 1 hour and a half, maximum 2 hour session, maximum, you have come out with a great idea, at least according to your own beliefs. Yes or no? You worked internally, you've worked on those 7 principles, you believe that you have a great idea. So that's okay. So now that's the green traffic light of step 1, I. The green traffic light is that I have now developed a great idea for that specific Digital Europe call. Perfect. Is this enough? No, because so you're filtering and etc. Just I'm opening a bracket here. Based on that, while you have, and it's important, while you are while you have a discussion on which idea is a great idea and discuss it, you need to make sure that all the participants that are in the meeting, they have more or less an equal share of talking. You don't have just one person talking. You don't want that in a fruitful discussion. You want all the participants to talk more or less in a similar way. And there is a research that has been shown here, just for your information, that here we have the number of participants in the x-axis in a session, and the percentage of how much they talked, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. Based on that, what is a nice number of people that you need to have in your group session in order to make sure that there is a balanced percentage of how much each one talks? Huh? Are you sure? 6 is this one here. 6 people here talked. So the 6th person talked about 10%. The 5th person talked about 10%. The 4th person talked about 10% more or less. But we have the 2nd person talked 20% and the 1st person talked 45, 35%. We don't want that. We want more or less each one of them to have an equal percentage of talking. So having said that, probably a number of 4, the 4th person talked 25%, similar with the 3rd one. The 2nd talked a little bit less than 30%, and the 1st person talked a little bit more than 30% because he was chairing also the session. That's why. So from that, I mean, from the science point of view, you can say that, okay, then a 4 person, or 3, but 4 is a nice group to discuss the idea. So you can have also different perspectives. Yes? If you have more than that, you might lose some discussion. Some of the participants might get discouraged. They might not want to participate more. 4, test it. See how it works. Sometimes it's only 1. I know that. Yes, how to think. But we need to exploit the group dynamics. It's very important, the group dynamics. So for that, we need to have, start with 4, see how that works. They can be from your organization. They can be also other partners from other organizations. But you can start internally and see how that progresses. So that's one thing. Now, we have a great idea that we have internally validated with our own people, our teams. What do we need to do now? The next thing. So that's the green traffic light. We passed that. Are we satisfied with with that idea? Yes. Why we are satisfied? Because we believe, at least we believe internally, that it satisfies the 7 criteria that we discussed. Okay. Okay. Now, second thing. What do we need to do now? We have a great idea that we just discussed it internally. What do we need to do now? Next thing. You have a great idea, but you believe that it is great. Get some feedback. Exactly. Get some feedback from someone else outside your own internal team. Yes? And probably that could be critical. So what you need is you need to connect with externals now. Because now you're going to validate that idea externally. Because you don't know whether that idea is applicable for the Digital Europe call. You believe it is, but you don't know for sure. Yes or no? Yes, it's not possible now. So let's see with whom you can connect with. Yes, because that's important. And we have here 5 different groups of people that you need to make sure that you have connections with in the success of the Digital Europe program. The first one is, of course, the Digital Europe National Contact Points that they organized also this nice training. Thank you, Aurelia, for that. Thank you, Migli, for that. Because you need to establish good connections with them. Yes? These are the ones that will give you some directions. They will give you also whether this is a good call, this is a good idea for that call. Make sure that you connect with them. This is important. All right. Now, if you missed that training and you've watched the recorded one that we have here, you need to know where you can find them. So you click on that link, you find the contact details. So I'm sure that you have already the contact details, but just in case, there is a website that provides all the information. So that's one thing, to identify the contact details of of your national contact points in depth. One thing. Then another group is, and that's very important, specifically in Digital Europe, we need to connect with European Commission officials. These are the ones that they have formulated the call topic. You remember that we had here we had the calls of proposals, the direct ones. You need to connect with the European Commission officers from the Digital Europe program that they are responsible to formulate those calls of proposals. If it is direct funding. If it is indirect funding, which goes through some joint undertakings and etc., then you need to talk with some other group of people that we discuss later. But it is important to connect with the policy office of the European Commission. Is it possible? Yes. Is it easy? And yes and no. And we will see how we can do that. First of all, in order to connect with the EC officers, what do we need? What do we need? Do you know who is the EC officer? Do you know who is his name, her name? Do you know them? No. So what do we need? We need the contact details. Yes or no? Yes. Where can we find the contact details of those people? First of all, we can ask our NCPs if they have them, and etc. Secondly, what we can do is we go to the Info Days website. Normally, the European Commission is obliged, whenever they publish a call, any call, including Digital Europe call, they need to create an Info Day, a day that they will inform potential applicants what they're looking for. So, you've missed that Info Day, you didn't attend it, that's great. You go to Google or to ChatGPT for Google search and you say, give me the Info Day of Digital Europe program or for that specific call. Yes? You can do that. So you go, in our example here, we said that we are going to look for this call here. Yes? Just to have also a real case scenario. So this is specialized education programs in key capacity areas. I've chosen that, although the deadline is today. Why? Because anyone can understand that. That's why. And anyone can have interest because it gives trainings in many different topics. And anyone can be active on that. So that's why I've chosen that one, which is a little bit more generic and a little bit more attractive for everyone that is in this room. So you go to the Google and you check for the Info Day. You go to Google, see what are the Info Days that have been organized. You will see that there was an info day that was organized, I think in June, July, I don't remember, regarding that call. You go there, you go to that info day website, and what do you do there? You check, yes, you, in our case here, you will go to that link, and you check there what? You check the agenda. In the agenda, you will see the names of the presenters, the speakers. And though the speakers, the presenters are what? Representatives of the European Commission responsible for your call that you're targeting. There are cases that the agenda doesn't have the names. They just have the topic. What do you do in that case? What do you need? You need a name, yes or no, for the time being? Yes? So, they have just the topic, not who is presenting. What do you do? Google, but it's a little bit tricky. What else can you do? Because you will be lost.
Watch the recording.
Watch the recordings. This is nice. Why? See who is the presenter, the names. Normally, if you watch the recordings of an info day for any European funding program that is organized on behalf of the European Commission, you will see the name as a presenter at the bottom in Zoom video. So you will see the name. You write down the name. You write down the name. So if it is not in the agenda, you watch the recordings and you write down the name of the session that talks about your own specific call. So now what do you have? You have just a name. Is that enough? No. Why it is not enough? Because what do we need? We need email address, maybe some phone calls, and etc. So based on those names, so here we have, for example, if you go to that event there, you will see two names. One which is Asha from DG Connect, and Maria, which is from executive agency that is responsible for that specific call. So you have those names. Now, any person that works in the European Commission, both are European Commission bodies, and the DG and the executive agency, they have a specific notation for email addresses. So then the notation that we have, and then we'll go to the who's who database, is first name, here, first name dot last name at ec.europa.eu. So what does that mean? That means the email of Asa Sattler is asa.sattler at ec.europa.eu. There are some exceptions. And what are these exceptions? The exceptions are if the EC officer or the person that works is a Spanish or a Portuguese person. Why? Because they have two surnames. Yes? So in that case, the notation is first name dot last name minus second last name at ec.europa.eu. In our case, this is not applicable, so the name of that is Asa.Sattler or Maria.Sarella. And it's very useful because also the European Commission, sometimes you might not understand which is the first name or the last name, but they use lowercase letters apart from the first one for the first letter and capital case letters for the surname, all of them. So you understand now. So you have the email address. Is this enough? It could be enough. But sometimes you want really to connect. So sometimes you want to arrange a meeting or you want to call or you send an email and you don't receive a response. So what you want is you want to find out also the phone number of that person. So in that case, you go to the Who is Who database, or you check Google, or you check LinkedIn, or even your NCP, you go to the Who is Who database, because all the people that work for the Commission are public servants. And since they're public servants, are getting paid from whom? By us. Exactly. So we need to know who works for the European Commission. So there is a Who is Who database there. It doesn't have the email addresses, because this is considered GDPR protection, but it has the, in most of the cases, the phone numbers. In some cases, in some it doesn't have. It has the number of the phone number of the unit, which is okay. So from this exercise here, So from this exercise here, what you have the phone number and the email address of the EC officer. Now you keep that, and then we will see how you're going to connect it. But for the time being, you need to keep them in mind. And then I will reply back to you. And sometimes some people say, okay, but will they answer our question? There are some tricks on how you can do that. I'm going to talk about that, but let's see also from whom else you can get feedback from, and then I will come back to that. The third group of people that you need to connect with, and we've already discussed, is from successful applicants from previously funded projects. You've seen already two sources of doing that, the funding and tenders portal, as well as the digital dashboard, that you can find at least the project names, and then from the project name you go to Google and you find the project website, and from the project website check contact details, who is responsible, some deliverables maybe, so you can identify some other people that are working for that specific project. So you can contact them. Why you can contact them? Well, first of all, because you might want to invite them as partners. And if you want to invite them as partners, because they know how to submit a proposal, you need first of all to see, this is the idea that I have. What do you think about that idea? Do you think it could fit that call? You are more experienced probably than me. So what is your view on that? As I said, you can ask anything from anyone as long as you ask it nicely. The only thing that can happen is that they can reject that, but you have nothing to lose. So you need to be a little bit more active on that. So we have also the third target group. The second target group is to check experts that have been evaluating proposals in Digital Europe program. Now you can contact them and see whether they're interested to participate in the project, whether they can interest in, just to give you an idea about that proposal idea, whether it fits the call. Some applicants like you might say, but how if we contact them and evaluate a proposal, there will be a conflict of interest? Well, first of all, you are going to contact them something like 3 months before the submission deadline. 3 months, because normally this is the timeline, as you will see later, because you need to start contacting them not 1 month before the submission deadline or 3 weeks. 3 months, 2 months and a half is a nice period to start contacting them. No one knows by that time, the experts, we don't know that we will evaluate that program, first of all. So you don't know whether there's going to be a conflict of interest, first of all. Secondly, just to give you an advice about an idea, when they don't have already a contact with the European Commission, it will not take them that much time, and it is not conflict of interest. So even if I'm evaluating calls in Digital Europe or in Horizon Europe, and 3 months before the actual call, or 2 months and a half, someone contacts me and says, this is the call that we're targeting. Do you think this is a good call? A good idea for that call? First of all, I don't know whether I'm going to participate as an evaluator for that call. And secondly, I'm always willing to give some feedback. Why? Because, first of all, I want to help that person. And secondly, I might have an opportunity in the future to collaborate with them, either in this project or in another one. So why shouldn't I do it? If, on the other hand, I know that I'm going to be involved as an evaluator for that specific call, because you didn't call them in 2 months, you called them in 1 month or 1 month and a half before the submission deadline, then in that case, very politely, your expert will say, sorry, I cannot give you any feedback because I'm already engaged, or I will be engaged for that call, and there will be a conflict of interest. Thank you for contacting me, maybe another time. This is what you will receive in that case. So what does that mean? It means that you have nothing to lose. Nothing. Ask, and you maybe receive something. And then the other group that we have is these Digital Europe undertakings. What are these? These are, remind me what are undertakings, these joint undertakings. What is that? It's a joint venture between what? Public and private organizations. They join those ventures and they receive money from Digital Europe in order to manage that funding as a consortium now. Yes? So these are the joint undertakings for those sub-programs, SO1, SO2, SO3, SO4 and SO6. So it could be, you could check them, and maybe in many cases some of them, some members to those joint undertakings can be very good partners, potential partners for your own proposal. Do you need to participate? Do you need to be a member of those joint undertakings in order to contact them? No. But they are very nice, good source. Maybe they can give you some further hints, specifically if those calls that you are targeting are under those sub-programs. So if they are under those sub-programs, contact members of those platforms, members of those joint undertakings, and see whether they can collaborate, but first and most importantly at this stage, whether that idea fits under that call, because they should know. Why they should know? Because some members of them probably have been working on that idea. These are the members of the joint undertaking. They might be, or they might play the role of the European Commission officer. That was the second group that we can contact. Do they have on the project website contact details? You will see there the members, and then from deliverables, from working groups, you can see also individuals that have been working. So you have that kind. Okay, and you have now the contact details. So you have now at least an email address. The most difficult one to get is the one from the ECO officers. You know now a way to do it. For all the others that are not working by the European Commission, you use Google for finding the email addresses and the phone number. You should be able to do it. So now what are you going to do with that email address and that phone number? Now you contact them and you ask them to give you some feedback. But you need to ask intelligently. And how are you going to ask intelligently? One of the things that you need to do is, first of all, whenever you contact someone, you need to give an honest compliment. Why an honest compliment? Because it will open the floor for, it will transform positively, it will bias positively the recipient to give you a response. So, but it has to be honest. So it has to be something that you're justifying it. So I like your presentation in the info day, if it's in the office officer. I like the way you answer some questions. I like your profile because you're an expert, especially that because you need to make that honest, that compliment honest. So because it was very short and concise, because it was up to the point, because it was very impressive, but you have that. So you start with one sentence with your compliment. Then the second one is, could I have just 1 minute of your time? And that is the case if you're meeting them face to face, or even if you're writing an email. Ask that. So to show them that you're going to spend just 1 minute from their time. And then, this is our proposal idea. Do you think it is attractive under this call? And now you need to be a little bit careful, especially when you contact the project officers or some representatives from the joint undertakings. Why? Because if you don't have ensured that this is the case, the second paragraph, you need to discuss your idea first of all with your NCP. And then you mention that we have discussed already with our NCP, but some further direct feedback from your side would really be helpful. If you miss that sentence, what will happen? What will happen? They will direct you to the NCP. They will say, you ask your NCP. But if you proactively tell them, if you have already done that proactively, then they will say, okay, let's spend 1 minute to give them a quick feedback. They look serious. So they have already contacted their NCPs. So they're very serious and very committed on that proposal idea. You follow the concept behind it? That should be. So we have that. Now, this is a proposal idea. What else would you suggest that I must consider? Your proposal idea can be 1 paragraph, not more than that. 1 paragraph. Now, if they are not an EC official or an NCP, ask whether they're interested to join your initiative, if you're interested to have more partners, if it is applicable. And always, as soon as you have that, focus to have a short follow-up virtual meeting to discuss. I will really appreciate your quick feedback and hope to talk with some more details in a virtual meeting in the near future. Or I will be more than happy to discuss more details also in a face-to-face virtual meeting. Something like that. How long is going to be that email? 2 paragraphs. 1 paragraph what you're looking for, and the other paragraph is your proposal idea. Nothing more than that. You cannot imagine how helpful that could be. I've given advice to applicants in Digital Europe program, and this is the first question that I ask. When they approach me, they say, we would like to help us in preparing this a proposal under this call. The first question that I ask them is, have you received feedback on that proposal idea, and from whom? And if they haven't received from the EC officer, I said, ask, get feedback first from the EC officer. They will give you that. Okay? So, it is important to be a little bit extrovert now. We should not be shy in proposal development. We need to be a little bit more aggressive, because this is how the system works. Do you think that the others that are quite active in getting proposals, they are shy? No. They started from somewhere. You don't have to be great in order to start, but you have to start in order to get great. So you need to start from somewhere. Do it even now. That's important. Now, as I said, this applies both in face-to-face, also via email. So you have that. So now you have a very nice script on connection. So what is the green light after C? Now what do you have? You have what? You have positive feedback from the people that you contacted, yes or no? Yes. So now that's a green traffic light. If you don't get a green traffic light, either from your NCP, either from the EC officer, or from an expert, or from someone that has been successful in a previously funded co-proposal, better stop. You will save energy, you will save time. Don't go just with your guts, with your instinct. Get some official or informal or formal feedback from some authorities to go through with the green traffic light. Now, I'm opening a bracket here. European Commission is interested to receive high quality proposals. They're interested in that. So that's why we have the NCPs for giving feedback, and that's why we would like also to help as much as possible. So it is not officially, let's say, officially established to get feedback from the EC officers. But many EC officers will be willing to give you feedback, specifically in the Digital Europe program. Why? Because it is a new program. So they're going to give more and clearer advice on that. It's not like Horizon Europe or Horizon 2020 that it has been running for many years now. It's a new program. So we got the green traffic light, and it says, go ahead. So now what shall we do next? Next now, since we got that traffic light, we need to read all the documents related to that call under Digital Europe. We have already read what? We have already read the work program, yes or no? Yes, because we wanted to select, identify which one is the most appropriate for our idea that we matched it. Okay, but now we need to read by far more information. We need to read the goal document. Of course, probably you have read at least you have read the eligibility criteria, all this, the background information, as well as admissibility and eligibility criteria. Probably you read up to that. Yes, up to that point. Now you need to read all the other information that exists in the call document outline. This is the PDF document that we've seen before the lunch break. And also, you can check the procedures, how to submit proposals, become familiar with that as early as possible, see who can help you on that. You need to have someone to help you on that. Check the frequently asked questions. That's very important, because see what other potential applicants have asked about that call in Digital Europe. If you check the if you check the funding and tenders, portal, you will see that we have where is it? Here, the funding and tenders portal. It is the one. So this is the call. It is the call. I mean, I don't know whether this is the one that we're targeting. And you see here, this is the call topic, the program, the call topic description, here in the funding and tenders portal. And then you go further down. After the updates, after the budget, then I will talk about partner facilities, no worries on that. Then you will see all the questions that are answered. Yes? And you can get very useful information on that. So make sure that you read all of them. Now you do all that reading because you know that you need to go ahead. You don't start preparing any proposal under this call if you haven't finished reading the call. Okay, let's see. And if you have yourself a question, you can ask it. If you don't find any answer, you have some question, you ask it. Normally, you will receive a response. You use the research inquiry service, which is the same service that you have also for Horizon Europe, but it's the same service. For Digital Europe, it's the same. And there, you ask your question. They will reply to you specifically, and they will include that answer in the frequently asked questions. This is how the frequently asked questions are formulated, by having applicants like you asking their questions and then including them in the system, in the funding and tenders portal. It doesn't. Also, now, material from the Info Day event. You have already checked some material, at least the contact details, but now you're checking all the slides, you're checking the video recordings. If you haven't done that already, make sure that you do that. Yes, you create, you analyze all that material. You have a quick look on the application template from the reference documents. We've seen that already. There is the application template from the reference documents. You have a quick look on previously funded projects, either from the digital dashboard or from the funding and tenders portal that you have on that. And you, especially the ones that might be referenced in the Info Day. What does that mean? If there are some projects that are already referenced in the Info Day, either this is a starting point of your current project, or they want to use that as a good example, as a good paradigm. In any case, you need to study them. So you read all that material, you studied that material, and then what you need to do? What is the green traffic light? The green traffic light is that now you need to prepare a call topic summary. Not your idea summary, a summary of your call topic. That will have the challenges to be addressed, you include them. Challenges. You can have one table, one column, challenges. Then next to that, which are the challenges that the call should deal with, or opportunities. Next one, we have the scope and the objectives of the topic. You write them down. Even though there are in the work program, you make them, outline them, to have them next to you while you're preparing the proposal. Then the activities to be funded. What kind of activities are to be funded? They are mentioned in many cases in the call topic description. The core results that are expected, they are mentioned in the call topic description. Not in the online version, in the PDF version. The expected benefits and KPIs. They are mentioned specific. We have the topic related KPIs in the work program, but in addition, add there the core performing KPIs, the ones that we've seen this morning, that they are not mentioned in the work program. Then we have eligibility criteria. Yes, I mean, just to know, because when you will be, you know that you are eligible. But maybe when you're inviting another partner, you need to know, you need to remember what are the eligibility criteria. Maybe minimum number of partners from minimum number of countries. So, and minimum type of, and specific type of organization sometimes. Check that. Then we have the submission deadline. You need to know when the submission deadline is. Because sometimes you forget. And we need to have that. The evaluation criteria, and also you've seen in the work program, we have already some hints on how to deal with the evaluation criteria already in the work program. You write them down. Any key documents that you probably need to consider, links to them. Maybe they are mentioned already in the call topic. We've seen digital skills and jobs platform that was mentioned in one of the call topics. Have a link on those. Links from previously funded projects, similar to your project idea. Maybe you can visit them for getting some intelligence from their deliverables. Maybe some of the deliverables will give you very useful text for your own proposals. We've seen already one, the merit one, this morning, the project, the merit, that had very good deliverables on taking the syllabus of courses, matching skills with needs. So that was, I think, quite interesting, and you could use that. Then we had the financials. Okay, how many projects, how much is the budget per project? How many projects are expected to get funded? Because if it is one project that expects to get funded, if you do the financials, you know, then you probably need to reconsider and say, okay, shall I prepare a proposal, or shall I identify someone else that initiates a proposal and convince them to go on board? If there are 3, 4, 5 proposals that are expected to get funded, I say, okay, maybe it is worth initiating my own proposal. But you need to know the financials. Yes? And you write them down. And last but not least, write contact details of someone that you can get further feedback in the process. Don't try to look them. Put them in a 2-page sheet. You have duplex printing. So in one piece of paper, front page and back page, so you have them next to you, you and all your proposal writing team, they have that in their desks all the time. Because it's impossible to remember all this. And you need to have a summary. Is that clear? So this is the traffic light. You don't proceed writing anything regarding your proposal if you haven't prepared what? A call topic summary. All right. So we have prepared now a call topic summary. What we need to do next? What we need to do next? Now we need to start writing, but not the application. We need to start writing now the proposal summary. The proposal summary. So this is, as I can encapsulate or executive summary, you put everything in one capsule. Yes? Your full proposal should fit now 2 pages, 3 pages maximum. So this is the proposal summary. And we need to do it in a specific way. Now, first of all, what did we say is the most important element in the proposal summary? Or in the proposal? What is the most important? Remember Albert Einstein? It is the problems. Yes? So our proposal summary needs to start, let's call it key challenges, with the problems. And we can get them. We can get them from the call topic. We have the background rationale sometimes. Sometimes it is mentioned before or after the scope bullets. So we have already some framework of problems that we need to address. And let me tell you a little bit another tip also. In the call, we've seen that you might have KPIs, we might have specific expected outcomes. What does that mean? If we want to achieve those specific outcomes or KPIs, do we have them now? Yes or no? If we want to achieve them, what does that mean? We don't have them. So what does that mean? That means that we can rephrase a little bit, and since we want to achieve that, that means that we don't have it. So since we don't have it, that's a problem. So you do a little bit of reverse engineering, and from the expectations of the call, you can understand what kind of problems your call, in addition, is trying to address. Yes or no? Yes? By reformulating, revising, reverse engineering. Since you want to achieve that, that means we don't have it, so that's the problematic situation. So you have now a framework of the problems that you're going to address. And this is your first and the most important element in your proposal summary, and actually in the whole proposal. So you have the problems, and based on the problems, then you need what? When you have problems, you need solutions. So the solution are going to be the objectives of your own project. And the objectives of your own project, they have to be aligned with the objectives and the scope bullets that are mentioned in the call topic description. And giving solutions to the problems that you have identified before. So your project objectives are going to be solutions to the problems that you identified before, as well as fully aligned with the call topic objectives and the scope bullets. You follow that? Yes? It's a straightforward process. So now we have the objectives. Then what we need what will be our work plan? What will be our set of work packages and activities that we need to undertake in order to achieve those objectives? Now, some of those objectives probably could be mentioned as tips on your approach. We've seen that in the call topic description, sometimes there is a paragraph or 2 paragraphs that they give you some tips on what you need to consider in your methodology, in your approach. How many you need to target, whom you should be targeting, what you need to take into considerations, what kind of organization should be on board. All these are there. So you have already some tips from the call topic description, but even if you don't have, you need to think, okay, what should be the activities that I need to undertake in order to achieve those solutions, those objectives. And as soon as you have the work plan, then what do you need? You need to identify what kind of expertise you need for that. What kind of expertise you need in order to deliver successfully that work plan. Each one of those work packages. And as soon as you have the expertise, then mainly as an output from the work plan is, okay, what kind of results and deliverables I expect to have? They should be outcome of work plan, but also, I don't know whether you remember, they are mentioned already in the call topic. So you have an idea already. outcomes and deliverables from the call topic. You have it there. Great. Now your proposal summary is ready based on this POWER acronym. How much time you're going to spend for identifying problems? Probably it will take you 2 weeks to prepare a proposal summary, more or less. A very nice proposal summary will take you 1 week to 2 weeks because you will be revising, you will be working on it. Most of the time will be allocated on identifying what? Identifying what? Huh? Most of the time. Suppose that you spend 1 week. 4 days will be spent on what? Most of the time. 4 days on what is the most important element in that proposal summary? The problems. So 4 days more or less, in 7 days, if you have 1 week, 7 days, 7 working days, 4 days are going to be spent on preparing the proposal problems. And then everything else will build. Yeah? So, because then it will be easier for you to give solutions, because if you know what is the problem, then it's easier for you. And to give solutions, but also to align them to get a guidance from what already has been described in the call topic. So, the next 3 days will be on formulating objectives, work plan, expertise needed, and the results. And fine-tuning them, align them according to the call topic description. Is this clear? Yes? You have now a clear roadmap how to build your proposal summary. Now it is important to remember that the proposal summary is a great foundation. First of all, where can you use the proposal summary? You can use it now for getting more feedback. Yes? From now, before you contact your NCP, you contact an expert, you contact the EC officer, and you discussed just a paragraph, the proposal idea. Yes or no? Yes. Now, after 1 month, after 3 weeks, you have the full proposal summary. Contact them. Say, remember that you did the mistake to reply back to my email? Now there is another email that follows. You're implying that, you're not saying that, of course, eh? Just in case, to be clear. Further to our communication that was really appreciated and extremely helpful, because it allows us to set the foundations for our proposal summary. Please find now 2 pages, or 3 pages of our proposal concept. What do you think about it? What do you think it should be improved? Do you think it is aligned with the work program? So you ask your NCP, you ask your EC officer, you ask an expert that you have established communication. You ask previously funded project actors. You ask the joint undertakings if you are submitting a program, if you are submitting a proposal under each one of those joint undertakings. As I said, the worst thing that can happen is to tell you a gentle no. That's okay. You have nothing to lose. But you make sure that you get feedback. Then, also, it is extremely important for engaging competent partners. Because competent partners, they have limited time and they are very selective. Who are competent partners? Maybe the ones that have really big infrastructures that are related to your Digital Europe project, because Digital Europe has to do a lot with infrastructures. So, in that case, how are you going to convince them? You need to show them that you are serious. You show them not just one paragraph of your proposal idea, you show them the proposal summary. Now, in some cases, you cannot ask them to give you an NDA when you distribute the proposal summary. Eh? An NDA, what is an NDA? Non-disclosure agreement, which means that you would like any information that you will exchange with that person to be kept confidential. Now, when you are contacting a potential partner, it's not that common to say, look, I have a great project. If you want to know about that great project, sign me first an NDA, and then I will give you information about that project. It doesn't work like that. So what you can do is you can send them the proposal summary, but you can take out something, the most important element from that proposal summary, which is what? What is the most important element of the proposal summary? The problems. Huh? You take that out, or you just give a summary. Instead of having one page, the problems, one page will be the problems, more or less, a little bit less than one page. You give them one paragraph about the problems, and then everything else is given in the solutions, work plan, expertise, and results are there. Now, the next question that they might ask is, how much will be our budget? Yes? This is the most common question that they ask. In that case, you're going to tell them it's early for that, but we can guarantee that it will be according to your involvement in the project. Huh? So the more involved you are, the higher will be the budget. The less involved you are, the lower will be the budget. And that's common sense, but what is common sense is not always common practice. Yeah? Remember that. So we have now used proposal summary for engaging competent partners. We can use it also for indirect partners. Indirect partners are the ones that might give us a little support, or in the official name of Digital Europe also, to include them as associate partners. And we discussed this morning, associate partners are partners that are participating in the consortium. They are mentioned in the proposal, and in part A also, which is the admin information, but what? They do not receive what? Money. They do not receive money. They do not receive funding. Exactly. But it's important to have them. Because suppose that I'm an evaluator, and I see that there is a strong interest from various stakeholders for a specific proposal. And they are willing to participate without any funding. Why? Because it is very interesting for them, either as users, either as providers of infrastructure, either as beneficiaries of the services after that. So for me, when I'm going to evaluate a proposal, I'm going to say, wait a minute, this proposal looks promising, not because I read it and I was enthusiastically excited, but because before even reading it, I see in the front page the number of associate partners that they have involved. And the human brain, as well as the evaluator's brain, works in a very, very peculiar way. What is that? We, as humans, want to do our tasks as effective as possible. We go to the supermarket, we see one cashier with one person, another one with 3 persons, and subconsciously we go to the one with 1 person. It's exactly the same how the evaluator will work. Evaluators will have to evaluate 10 proposals individually, so around that number. So they know that the success rate in Digital Europe is from 15%, some cases it might be 20%, but let's say it is 20%. What does that mean? That means that out of 10 proposals, how many will get funded? 2, yes or no? So that means that most likely the proposal that I'm reading now, that hasn't even been evaluated by me yet, it is a failed proposal. Why? Because it has 80% chances not to be funded. So let's find ways to kill it. That's how we think as evaluators. We don't control it. This is the way that we behave. This is human nature. So find them ways, before even reading anything, just looking at the front page to say, oh, wait a minute, I think that's not a proposal that deserves being killed. I see here 20, 10, 15 associate partners that they are highly interested in that project. I need to be more careful, since they know more than me what this project is doing. So you change a little bit the mentality of the evaluator. So these associate partners are very important in your proposal. And you need to convince them, and you need to send them your proposal application for them, to have them on board. And also, it's a great foundation for a great proposal. Why? Because the stronger the quality of the proposal summary is, the higher will be the quality of the overall proposal. Like the foundations that we have in a building. The stronger the foundation is in a building, the higher it can be its altitude. So and guess what? It is also a very nice preparatory work for our full proposal. Because most of the problems that we have identified, all the objectives, all the different sections that we have in the proposal summary will be used as starting bullet points in our full proposal. Yes or no? Yes. We will take them from there and we will put as bullet points or as key points in the full proposal. Clear? So, proposal summary is a very, very powerful tool. And what we're going to use in order to develop it, we're going to use the power technique. Problems, objectives, work plan, expertise, results. That should be the structure of our proposal summary. Any questions so far on that? Yes?
Should at this stage of the summary, the problem backed by some researchers?
Backed by some researchers? What do you mean?
You take a quote that there's a problem and there's research who's backing this my idea. The sentence.
Okay, we need to be careful. The question was whether we need to provide some references to some of the statements that we have in our problematic situation. Yes, we need that. However, we need to be careful whether this is a scientific paper or it is a policy paper. In Digital Europe, we are interested in policy papers, not in research papers. Why? Because Digital Europe doesn't fund research activities and research components. So you need a reference for the problem, but mainly from policy documents. Or user needs analysis. Or reports that they require the weaknesses in the specific area. So mainly policy documents, but not scientific journals. We don't want that. That's for Horizon Europe. Okay, good question. Any other question? Okay. And also the proposal summary can be used for getting the green light internally to work on that proposal. Because you need to convince also your supervisor, if possible and if applicable, that for the next 2 months, 50 or 40% of your time will be dedicated for preparing a proposal. Give me the green light. Assign someone else to help in the teaching activities that I might have. Or can I do that now, and then the task that you're waiting for me this month could be postponed for 3 weeks from now, 2.5 months or 3 months from now. So you need to get that green traffic light to release you from your tasks for this period that you are preparing the proposal. Because you, not in most of the cases all the time, but it will take you a lot of time to prepare that proposal. So you need to be free of any other activities. So now what is the traffic light here? Green, that we have prepared a very nice, a very well-structured proposal summary. So what is the next step? What is the next step that we need now? Huh? What is the next step? We have now proposal summary. What can we do now? What do we need? What we don't have?
Actually.
What we don't have? Huh? What do we need now? We need partners. Yes or no? Yes. So we need to attract, yes? We need to attract competent partners. And as I say here, and I would like to highlight it once more, we have 2 types of partners. The direct ones, the beneficiaries that receive funding, and the indirect ones. The ones that are participating in the project without any funding, but because they are highly interested in the project results and in the project resources. So we have that. Now, where can we find partners? Either direct ones or indirect ones that we can even include them with an official role advisory board in our project. I don't know whether you've seen the Merit project that we just looked this morning. There was a link of the advisory board members. You remember that? We had that. There was in that project website. Just by chance, we've seen that this morning. So we need advisory board members. It's important. Who are going to be? Associate members, the indirect ones. But where can we find direct and indirect partners? Okay, we talked about associate partners. Yes, we talked about, we emphasized that. Now, attract competent partners. There are some sources. Yes. Now, we have which ones of those sources, which one, apart from our own network, which I think is the top one, but maybe most of the applicants, they don't have a strong network. So if you don't have a strong network, where are you going to look? For all the others, which one is the most powerful one, according to your view? Tell me. Which one you like, personally? This is mine, huh? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Which one do you like? Which one you don't like?
Most probably we don't like it. It's a bit sensitive, like social media.
Social media is not that efficient, let's put it that way, unless we do it in a way that I'm going to show you a little bit later. So social media, yes, is not that effective. Which one you think is not that effective? Then, what about, I mean, first of all, partner search facilities. You've seen that also in the call that we participated in, the call that we were discussing. This call here, whatever, you see here that they have partner search facility. Yeah, you can see here, you can view the partners that they're interested in this project. Okay. Now, and some of them they've written also their emails there, because otherwise you need to contact them through an online form, which doesn't work. Now, a serious applicant will not consider that. So if you have hopes and expectations that by completing a partner search facility form there, and you will be invited in a project, there is just 1% chances. 1% chances. So it doesn't work like that. So partner search facility is not the best one. Social media is not the best one. They're not the most efficient. And why the partner search facility is not the best one? Because let me see if I can change it. Okay. As a serious applicant, you will either check your own network, or you will check partners from previously funded projects. Why? Because they are successful. They have passed successfully what you're trying to do now. They have more expertise, or they know how they did it, or they can give you some good feedback. All right? So, what do you have there? You actually need to have either a big network or contact previously successful actors in a similar domain. And where can you find those previously funded projects? We've seen this morning from two sources. Then the Horizon dashboard, the digital dashboard, and the Funding and Tenders portal previously funded projects. From the Funding and Tenders portal. So you go there, you identify projects, and then from the title and the acronym, as we've seen this morning, you go to Big Brother Google, and you type the title and the acronym, and you try to find the website. Hopefully, that is not a Facebook group, as we've seen today, for some projects. All right? And then you look for the partners there, the contact details. Now, in some cases, the project website or the Facebook page or whatever, they might have a contact person or they might not have a contact person. What can you do? You just go and you look, and that's important and interesting tip, you go to the deliverables of those projects that are publicly available on the project website. In the Merit project website, we've seen some deliverables, and you try to see who are the authors, who are the contributors or the authors, the writers of those deliverables. And then you go to, again, Google, Big Brother, you say, okay, I want that name from that organization to give me the email address. Email, first name, last name, organization name. This is what you put in the Google search. All right? And you have them. Now you can invite them in your own proposal. Big players. And we have already done that exercise when you were in connecting. Maybe you have already contacting them for getting some feedback. Now you invite them on board, if you haven't invited them already, when you first met them. And also, if you've seen someone that already participates in a funded project in Digital Europe, you know that they are aware of the administrative info. So they might not be reluctant to participate again. Because sometimes if you contact someone that hasn't been involved at all in any organization, in any European funding program, they tell you, oh, I don't want to because this is very bureaucratic. It requires a lot of administration. So you might receive a rejection. If they have already participated, they have already a PIC number, participant identification code, they already know and they are familiar with the bureaucratic procedures, so they are more open to participate in an invitation. Clear? So that's why, that's another advantage of using applicants, actors from previously funded projects. Any questions on that? So now, this is actually, but it's very similar also to Digital Europe. This is something I had given in 2019, another training here at Vilnius on Horizon Europe, and this is something that another presenter presented, and I liked it a lot. And it reflects in reality how you are involved in proposals in any European funding program, not only Digital Europe. And we've seen that from social media, yes, social media, info days, conference, online partner search facilities, yes, it's just 5% of the consortia are from social media searches, from call info days, or from partner search facilities. The majority is 50% from organizations that you have already collaborated with, or from friends of collaborators that you have collaborated with. And I want you to keep that in mind. Why? Because after the break, in the next session, we're not right after, but somehow towards the end, I'm going to show you how to become a friend of existing collaborators, yes? Because that's important. Yes? So keep that in mind for the time being. All right, and I will, to conclude, and we have our break now, I would like you to see how you can take advantage of the social media and finding partners. And what is that? If you do the mistake, and you say you go to LinkedIn groups, because there are LinkedIn groups about Digital Europe, about any European funding program, and you say, I'm interested in finding partners for that proposal idea that I'm preparing. You will receive more than 100 requests. And if you do the mistake to give the email there, 100 emails regarding that, you will be lost. So what I want you to do, I want you to do some filtering mechanism. I would like you to create an online expression of interest form. How can you create an online expression of interest form for free? Expression, how can you, with which tool can you do that? With? Which tool can allow you to create an online form? Google Forms. Thank you for that. So you go and you use Google Forms and you say, okay, if you're interested in my proposal idea, you need to complete that expression of interest form. You need to give me your contact details, of course. What could be your expected role? What is your experience? How expensive you are. We need to know that also to avoid unpleasant surprises. Sometimes you might receive something like that is 1,000 euros per day. You need to think whether that could be something that you can afford. And that's very important, whether you can provide us associate partners, and then because you need potential partners that they can bring associate partners in your consortium, because that changes the bias of the evaluator. The possibility to, and that's very important also, whether if we involve you in our proposal, will you be able to involve our organization in other proposal initiatives? Not necessarily in Digital Europe, but maybe in Horizon, maybe in Erasmus+, maybe somewhere else, Creative Europe, but let us know, we would like to know that. And also, whether you are able to contribute in the proposal writing. These three elements, 5, 6, 7, are very important. You do a lot of filtering. All the other information, you can find it from many different participants. Experience, you can find someone that is not that expensive, but 5, 6, and 7 are the ones that make the difference. And I can guarantee that to you, especially 6. Once I prepared one proposal, and I put that in expression of interest form. I included it in social media channels, and then the organization that was writing the proposal was invited in 3 more proposals. Out of those 3, including ours, 3 proposals were accepted. So instead of participating in just one proposal, we managed to participate in 3 projects, just by having that in our expression of interest form. One of the best ways to get invited in proposals is to write your own proposal. Yeah? Remember that. One of the best ways to get invited in proposals is to write your own proposal, because that's the weapon. Okay, so you have your expression of interest form, you have a Google form, and you do some selection, so you select the partners that you believe are more capable. And I think that's a good point to stop. This is also, just for your information, an online of the budget, an online tool that allows you to see for specific organization, yes, in how many projects they're participating. So if you're going to see how active an organization is from the European funding point of view, then you can check that website with that link over there. All right. Okay. I will stop here for our break, because otherwise Migle will start reminding me, moving things around and telling me we need a break, and she will be right. So let's have our break for how long? Okay, 15, if it's, but 15 maximum. Yes, we need to finish, please, 15 maximum. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, while we're waiting for the others, any question from your side? Now? Huh? Because now we're going to discuss something that is very interesting. We're going to see what kind of emails you're going to send, if you're going to involve someone in your project or to get invited as a partner. And I think that's quite important. But before doing so, any questions? So we'll be able to see here. Let's have email 1, then email 2. Here you collaborate. Offer support. Email 2. in the project. Okay.
Maybe just one question related
Yes.
to partners. Can you give ideal example of consortium, how different areas should
Very good question. The question from your colleague is whether we can give some examples on partners in consortia. That definitely depends on the specific call. So what you need to do first of all, you check previously funded projects related to that call topic. You see how many were from the academic sector, how many were from the non-academic sector. Normally, as a rule of thumb, you need a balance between academic and non-academic sector. But the best guidance is to check previously funded projects on that. Now, the next thing that I think you will like it is on how, okay, we've seen that you can attract partners, but here I'm opening a bracket on how you can be invited in other proposals. Yes? So you have the previously funded applicants, you identified them, and you want to send them an email. The most common thing that people are doing is that they find someone that they believe writes a proposal, they approach them and they say, this is our expertise, please consider our profile in your proposal. This is what happens. Does that work? In 90% of the cases, it doesn't work. So what we're going to do? Again, we're going to remember, first of all, not ask and you shall receive, but give and you shall receive. And this is important. So what we have here is, start with an honest accomplishment, congratulate about the project. So I would like you to now, if I'm opening the bracket, I would like you to contact someone to express your interest to join any proposals that they are involved. Elaborate your high interest and expertise in the key research area, of course, that's obvious. Express your offer to get more involved in the project, if it is still running. Highlight any current discussions that you might have with policymakers, other national authorities, and then offer whatever you have, and then in another email preferably, suggest to virtually meet and see whether you can collaborate in a proposal. And we have here, I will discuss that later, and we have here 2 emails. You need to send, if you want to get involved in a consortium, to be happy and to have a smiley face, you first send one email, we will see what that email is, then you offer support for free, and then you ask the second email in order to get involved as a partner. And what should be the content of the first email? Check it. Our contributions to your project A. First email. You want to get involved in a Digital Europe project. In a proposal. You have identified the call topic, but now you're not initiating, I'm opening a bracket here. You're not initiating a proposal. You want to get involved as a partner. Very quickly. You say, okay, dear whatever, you have identified the contact details from Google and from the POSE websites, from Horizon Dashboard and from Digital Dashboard and from Funding and Tenders Portal. I am, whatever I am. I decide to contact you based on your expertise or active involvement in Project A, that we are impressed of its ambition. This is the honest compliment, yes? Since you explain why you were impressed, whatever you want here. Then we are working in the same area with specific expertise, solutions, infrastructures, robotics, AI, select whatever is applicable, and we would like to contribute to your project at no cost from your side. This is very important. At no cost from your side. This is a running project. Then, in specific, we can do whatever. We will be more than happy. So here we can, as we said at the beginning, we can be part of your advisory group. We can act as peer reviewers. We can act as speakers in your conference. We will be more than happy to discuss further details via a quick Zoom meeting. Is next, whatever the date is, Thursday, at time, whatever that time is, okay for you, for sending you an invitation? Looking forward to hearing from you. What do we ask on that email? Email 1? Do we ask them to participate in any proposal? No. What do we ask? To offer some value. Yes or no? Yes. So if you are running a project and someone is offering you some free service, would you say yes or no to that email? You will delete it or not? Not at all.
Depends on the pipeline.
Depends on the pipeline. If you see it or not, always depends on the pipeline. Yes. But if you see it, and if you see the title, contributions to your project. So it's a running project, contributions to your project. Most likely you will not delete it. You will pay attention to it. And if you read it, then that means that most likely you will establish a collaboration. As here, after the first email. So you establish a collaboration, and then after you have that collaboration established, you send after 1 month, something like that, collaboration, the second email. Collaboration opportunity under DEP call topic. Hi, now you see it's not dear, it's hi. You have established a very good connection now. That's why you say hi. We are delighted that we have been contributing to your project. In case you are active, in submitting a grant application under the above call, you have the call here. We would like to discuss in a quick Zoom meeting how we can add high value and jointly submit a success proposal in this call. Our idea or our solution or product has been validated already by a significant number of users, if it is applicable. In addition to our organization, we would also bring a very strong end user as a policy maker or as a director or associate partner, if that is applicable. With our participation, proposal value chain as well as geographical coverage could be significantly enhanced. Our team could provide top-notch support also in the proposal preparation and also engage and experience, if that is applicable, external evaluator proposal, final draft, with no cost from your side. See which ones of those are applicable and you include them in your email. But you send that second email only if you have already established some fruitful collaboration. Otherwise, don't bother. You can try, but unless you know that person, that they're part of your own network, then it will not be fruitful collaboration. So we have that as a bracket. So I close that bracket here because I've just decided to give that to you as a bonus. Now we go back to our proposal development cycle, and now what we have as a green light here? We have under A, we have the core consortium finalized. Now we can go on with that consortium, and if there are any, what does core mean? If there are any additional partners, we can consider them. But we can go ahead with that core consortium now. We have their PIC number, we have confirmed their associate partners that they can bring on board, we have confirmed their participation in the project, we have confirmed their contribution in proposal writing. They have indicated whether they can involve us in some other European funding opportunities. So we are in a very good hands and state now. So now we go to the next step. Now we start writing the proposal. Yes? Now we start writing the proposal. And that is a transformation, because we want to transform an ugly caterpillar, which is an ugly application template, into a beautiful butterfly. So what we have here is, okay, how we can do that? First of all, we will see also the criteria formula right after this and before we finish. But we need to have the proper team on board. If you want to write a successful proposal in Digital Europe, you need to have, first of all, a leader that will coordinate the network, feedback from potential experts, coordinating who will be part of the consortium, coordinating who writes what, and also allocating who writes what and the quality assurance. So monitoring whether the contributions that each one contributes in the proposal are of high quality. So there are a lot of tasks. So it could be or could not be part of the proposal writing team. because we need also the proposal writing team. So we have here 4 sections. We have excellence, we have implementation, we have work plan, and we have impact in Digital Europe. We have 4 actual sections in the excellence, in the Digital Europe proposal. So you need to have proposal writing team to write each one of those 4 sections. Now, is the coordinator, the proposal leader, be part of the proposal writing team? If possible to avoid, I strongly recommend that. Why? Because, as I said, focus plus reflection leads to mastery. If you want to have high quality outcomes from each one of those roles, you need to focus. So the leader, if it's not possible to be part of the writing team, I strongly recommend it. If that cannot be avoided, then okay, we include them, but try to have a limited role in the proposal writing, because he will take also the role of the proposal coordination, and there are a lot of tasks. Then you will need someone, an assistant, that will be collecting material, pick numbers, including them in part A, in the online part of the Digital Europe. You need to collect any missing information, to follow up with some things that you probably require in your proposal. So in that case, these are standard tasks and probably will help the coordinator to submit the proposal. So these are standard tasks, so it's good to have someone else to do them, because if you don't have someone else to do them, who will do them? Either the coordinator or someone from the proposal writing team, and it's a pity, because you want them to focus on their own tasks. And the next thing is that you need an external evaluator. You need an external evaluator to see in an unbiased point of view what are the weaknesses in your proposal. Because writing a proposal in Digital Europe, in any program, is like giving birth to a baby. It's a very cumbersome task. And because it is a very, it requires a lot of effort from our side when we give birth, especially mothers. We believe that our baby is the most beautiful baby in the whole world. It could be, but we want to have someone outside that tells us your baby is beautiful, but these are the things that you need to correct. These are the next things that you need to improve. These are your weak points. Work on them in order to get a good proposal into an excellent proposal. Because most of the proposals, if you don't have an external evaluation, they will be good proposals, not great proposals. But only great proposals will get funded. So that's why we need that external evaluator, that third-party eye that will tell us what actually has to be improved on your final draft. So you can use the proposal summary as the foundation of the full proposal, assign who is responsible what, so that will be done from the coordinator to the proposal writing team. Now also start writing not the full section per section, but in order to make the life easier of the proposal writing team, ask them at the beginning to put some bullet points of the main ideas. Then you will revise them in a paragraph narrative format. But for the time being, have them in as bullet points. It will make your life much easier. Then ensure that all evaluation criteria are fully addressed, and that will be also the role of the external evaluator. And also, that's important, we need to apply the Parkinson law that we discussed this morning. The less time we have, the more effective we get. What does that mean? If possible, set an internal deadline to finish the final draft of the proposal, the full final draft, 2 weeks before the official submission. Why is that? Because then it gives the possibility, the time possibility, for an external evaluator to spend 1 or 2 days to read and evaluate the proposal, and then it will give you 10 days, more or less, to improve based on the weaknesses that the external evaluator has identified. And many times I suggest to consortia to say to the consortium partners that the deadline is not, suppose it was 21st of November, tell them that the deadline is 10th of November. So they will apply the Parkinson law, they will try to have everything ready by 10th of November, and then you will be relaxed and you will have more days to improve your proposal. As a trick. And of course, have the proposal evaluated. Something else that is also useful, because sometimes the system might block, make sure that everything is well validated. So in order to make sure that everything is well validated, even if you don't have a full proposal ready, upload it in the system, submit it, and then you can allow to resubmit it. Why? Because sometimes if you do that in the last moment, you realize that something doesn't work, and you don't want that. To avoid that, because that might you might not be able to submit in time your application. So this is what we discussed regarding the different roles of our proposal development team. So that's roles. And now what we need is we develop the proposal. After that we will see some hints on how to make a good proposal, a great proposal. And we evaluate it. Yes? So who can evaluate it? A colleague, an external expert with a fee or without fee. So the final proposal is ready to be submitted. Perfect. Because now we have addressed the feedback from the evaluator. Now, the feedback from the evaluator should be very critical. We need to remember that. And we need to work on the weaknesses. Never compromise with feedback saying, your proposal is great, go ahead with that. No, we need weaknesses. Please identify them. We need to work on them. There are always weaknesses on that. And the evaluator, of course, at least one thing that the evaluator should do is to evaluate the full final draft of your proposal. But in addition, they can be involved in evaluating also the proposal summary, the proposal idea, give you advice on the consortium synthesis, but at least if you're going to involve someone, at least the full final draft. And then you submit the final proposal, you send a thank you message to all partners, you tidy up your office and electronic folders, everything will be in a mess, either in your hard disk or in your desk, and last but not least, you celebrate. And you celebrate for two reasons, and that's important. The first one is because it was a big milestone. You submitted a proposal, you had to go through a lot of different traffic lights, yes or no? Yes. The second thing is because you need to train your brain to start writing proposals. So if you interrelate the writing of a proposal with some kind of celebration, which means celebration like having a drink with your proposal writing team, going out or doing something else. Whatever enjoys you and your team, you will interrelate it, because writing a proposal is not one of the most pleasant things. Sometimes it's quite painful. So you want to interrelate it with something that is pleasant in order to train your brain to start liking writing proposals. So we have celebrate all the time. Don't wait until you receive the outcome from the European Commission, from the Digital Europe Program funding agency. Celebrate now, and when you will receive the evaluation summary report with positive feedback, re-celebrate again. It's matter. Now, some timeline. If T0 is the submission deadline, 1 week before you should have at least received the feedback from the evaluator, before the submission deadline. 1 month and a half before you need to start writing the proposal. 2 months before at least you need to have the core partners ready, finalized. 2.5 months before you need to have the proposal concept, the proposal summary ready. 3 months before the call you need to have fully being familiar with the call topic description. And 4 months before you can start getting feedback on your proposal idea. As an ideal scenario. Sometimes that can be shrinked, but this is something that will make your life much easier. If you start earlier, the earlier you start, the more chances you have for your proposal being accepted, first of all. Secondly, it doesn't mean that if you start earlier, you're going to work more time. You're going to work more or less the same time, but it will be well balanced across 4 months instead of 1 month. And that will make your life much easier, and the more relaxed you are, the easier it will be for you to get to come up with some ideas on that. So this is a long way of traffic lights that we had to go through. That's why we celebrate them. Now, what I would like to emphasize here is out of the I create system and formula, you see that we have to do a lot of connections. We need to do connections for getting feedback on our idea. We need to have good connections for attracting the best partners. We need to have good connections for giving feedback on our proposal, final draft, proposal, synthesis, etc. If we don't do the connection element, even if we write a perfect proposal, everything else we do it perfectly, everything else, we still will be able to reach just 60% from the total quality that we can have. And it's a pity. And we don't want that. So try to connect. Because if you don't connect, then you will actually starting with 40% less, more or less. Experience has shown that. So this is, for me, a triangle to highlight how important it is to connect and get feedback on many things while you're developing a proposal. Specifically in Digital Europe, that is a program that works also with connections. It works a lot with connections. So we passed all the traffic lights. We make sure that we pass them with green, so that's excellent. And now what we have is we have completed also step 2. Yes? Now you are familiar with the full proposal development cycle in Digital Europe. So now do you have any questions before we proceed to the last part of our training, which is some hints and tips that we can integrate in our proposal? Any questions on the full proposal development cycle on that? Okay, then I will go on with step 3, how to impress the evaluators. Yes, we've discussed already how the mind of the evaluators works. They want to find excuses to kill your proposal. Yes? So we need to avoid giving that kind of excuses, first of all. Secondly, I would like you to remember the criteria acronym, because it's an excellent one to remember some tips that you can apply in your proposal for impressing the evaluators. The first one, and it was mentioned also, is citations. What is the difference between a claim and a fact? What's the difference between a claim and a fact? What is a claim? What is a fact?
Documented, right? And then it's a fact.
There is a proof.
Yes, so let's put it.
Source, I mean, you have a source.
Very good. So I will rephrase that. Claim is what the applicants believe. Fact is what the evaluators believe. So you need to transform claims into facts. Exactly what you said. So the best way to do that is actually by using citations. Because citations references is a reference to a credible source of something that you are saying, transforms a claim into a fact. And specifically, we are going to use that in the problems, in the rationale of the project. Where we say that we have that kind of problems, and we say that we have that kind of opportunities, in order on those to base our objectives and our results, we need to say, okay, who says that these are problems? Who says that these are opportunities? So that's why you're going to use the references, because don't expect also experts to assume, yes, I know that this is a problem. One of the clear directions that we receive from the European Commission when we evaluate proposals is don't assume. Even if you have, I will tell you something, even if you have OpenAI as partner in your proposal, and they don't describe their profile and what they're supposed to do, we are not supposed to give them a good mark. Assuming that, yes, we know that OpenAI is the pioneer in AI. Since they're participating, that's a very good project. No, we need to see that. We need to see the profile of OpenAI, what they have done. Even if it is obvious, we need to see that on paper. We need to have that kind of formal proof. So it's important always to have, to remember that scripta menant verba volant, which means written things stay, oral things, or whatever we believe, flies. So that's the first thing. Second thing is we need to have very good resources to write our proposal application. So there are some nice ones, specifically because Digital Europe is based on policy documents, not that much on scientific journals. So for that, do you know someone what is Rapid Press? Who knows what is Rapid Press of the European Commission? Huh? It's very interesting. Especially for Digital Euro program, it's very useful. What is that? Rapid Press is the site of the European Commission that, among other things, it has something that is extremely useful. What is that? It has the speeches of the commissioners of the European Commission. And most of the speeches of the commissioners of the European Commission, like all the politicians, what kind of context they have? Here are the problems that Europe faces. These are our solutions. And you need that kind of rationale. You need problems and solutions. You need to align your own project with problems and solutions that have been already highlighted by the Commission. So you go to Rapid Press, you say, okay, let's see what has been said about semiconductors. You just put search engine semiconductors, or about AI, or about cybersecurity, or about high performance computing. Yes? You have an advanced search. You say, okay, and then you check all the latest speeches related to that. You will get very hidden treasures. This is a hidden treasure, Rapid Press, specifically for Digital Euro program, because it gives policy documents that you need. So that's the first thing that you have. Of course, you can check industry-related magazines, some journal, some European observatories, some EU policies, action plans. This is per sector. But if I have to choose between EU policies and Rapid Press, I will go with Rapid Press. It's, I think, more up to the point and easier. But also, very important, public deliverables. Yes? I would like you to visit previously funded projects in the same area, either in Horizon Europe, Erasmus+, Creative Europe. Find them through the Funding and Data portal and then use Google and check their deliverables. You will find a lot of policy documents there. You will find analysis that you can use directly in your project. So public deliverables for me is an excellent source along with Rapid Press. And also, who else is a politician at the EU level? The members of the European Parliament. So European Parliament committees. I would like to check, because the supporting analysis, what is this? European Parliament pays consultants to give analysis on some specific topics, areas, technologies. You can get very nice inside information from those supporting analysis for your own area, for your own call. So you need that here. And last but not least, you need policy roadmaps and impact assessments. For example, if your project in Digital Europe is dealing with robots, Google, policy, roadmap, and then robotics, and ask Google to give you a PDF, the first search result that you will get, or one of the first, is the strategic research agenda for robotics in Europe. Probably you need to consider that in your approach, in the Digital Europe program. So these are very nice, excellent starting sources. I can guarantee to you that if you have public deliverables, if you have policy roadmaps, supporting analysis, and Rapid Press, you have more or less 60 to 70% of the documents that you need for writing your proposal, apart from thinking. So that's why it's a very good source of that. All right. Now, the next thing is we need to make our, how many pages is in a grant application in Digital Europe? Do you know? Is it 70?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So 70 pages. So imagine someone to read 70 pages. We need to make it a little bit more attractive and inspiring even for the evaluator. because it's a very tedious task, it's a very boring task. That's why we want to kill it. It doesn't interest us. That's another reason that we want. So let's see.
I have a question, actually.
Yes?
It's 70 pages. For example, we have to add the project list. Does it count to 70?
No, no, this is part of the annexes.
So it's annex.
Yes, yes. This is the last annex.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. No worries on that. Okay. Now, we need to make it interesting and inspiring. Now, one very nice tip on that, we need to avoid using passive voice. So, not saying our project is consisted of 5 partners. No. We need to have active voice. I mean, even psychologically, it works better. So what we need to have is, we will implement, our project will implement, we need active. So this is one thing. The other thing is that we need really innovative objectives. So to improve something, it is improve. Like the clutter, many, very few, it doesn't fit very well. I would like you to be specific. I would like you to whatever you say, to combine it with key performance indicators. What are key performance indicators? Quantitative indicators. So if you're going to say that we're going to, so many, very few, or improve current, tell me how much you're going to improve it, and not by far. Tell me, give me a number, give me a percentage. You've seen even Digital Europe is the only program that has clear quantitative expectations. We need to have them in our proposal. Another thing is that you can use words like breakthrough, novelty, promising, as long as you justify them. Otherwise, you strike them out. We don't want them. You can use the first and last paragraph to convey the core ideas, but here we can have VPS or PSV, is the same thing. And what we have with that is V is vision, P is problems, and S is the solution. It's the same thing, PSV, with a different order. So, vision. The last 5 years, European Commission has set high targets in order to become a top player in AI. That's a vision. Yes? Problems. However, all the problems start with however. Yes? However, most of the attempts focused on policy making instead of actual development of infrastructures and skills for deploying successfully AI infrastructures and tools. Solution. Therefore, our project aims to deploy that kind of AI infrastructure, AI tool because of that. So you see, we don't start with the solution first. We start with vision, then with the problem, and then with the solution. We need to sell our solution. And we can sell something only if we sell first the vision and the problem. Otherwise, it will not do. Or we can start with the problem if you want, then the solution, and then end up what will be the vision if we implement that solution. It's a similar thing. It's up to you. But we need to have also always the VPS model in our order, especially in the first page of our proposal. The first thing that the value evaluators will read, either in the abstract or in the excellence part, in 1.1 section, should be the VPS model. Another thing that we would like is to make it more personal. What do we mean with make it more personal? There was an experiment that took place in Australia that they asked doctors to make a prediction of whether someone suffers from cancer according to some X-ray pictures. Now AI can do that, but by that time we had doctors that could do that. And they realized, and that's very important, that when next to the X-ray you had a picture of a patient, even when that picture was not from that patient that had that X-ray examination, the accuracy or that the doctors were giving was increased by 30%. So what does that mean? That means that visual faces, they make a better connection So what we want to achieve a connection between the document that is 70 pages, that is quite boring, with the evaluator that is the reader, to keep focus on what he or she reads. So a nice way to introduce some pictures is in the work plan. In the work plan or in the implementation, I think in the work plan, you need to include your decision-making process and your governance approach. Include photos of the core people. Try to take advantage of that when you are describing your team. Yes, to have all the different people. If you can even have them smiling, that is even better. Yes? We don't require that, but it will be extremely useful to have. So we have that. We can have another example, but to use profile photos for that, or sometimes you can use logos. So these are some tips and tricks to make the story, this 70 pages reading, very interesting, and we need that. Now, something else that is extremely important is we need to be tangible. Tangible means specific. Anything that can be measured, for me, is tangible. So, what do we need? We need tangible, specific, and measurable cardio. What are cardio? We need measurable challenges. Give me how big the problem is. We need measurable activities. How will I know that you have completed the activity successfully? We will need measurable results. How will I know that the results are of the expected quality? Give me some KPIs. We need measurable targets. How many targets you're going to reach by the end of the project, X years after the end of the project. We need measurable impacts. What will be the long-term benefits from the project result in a quantified indicator? We need objectives that are measurable. How will I know that the objectives have been completed successfully? KPIs with objectives. This is something that Digital Europe is very specific on that. Now, I think you cannot escape in any other European funding program, but specifically in Digital Europe, we need to have measurable indicators. So I want you to remember this cardio, specific and measurable challenges, activities, results, targets, impacts, and objectives. Now, what is really, you should not have that kind of text in any proposal, specifically in Digital Europe. What is wrong with that paragraph? It's not specific at all. It says here scientific community. Which scientific community? It says here industry. Which industry? It says here general audience. Tell me, can you be a little bit more specific? And I will give you a tip. Any text that you can take it out from your Digital Europe proposal and include it in any other proposal, you take it out. Or you revise it. Yes? Because we need to stop being general. I understand that requires a little bit more thinking, but it is important to do that kind of specification. Otherwise, your proposal will not accept it. We hate, as reviewers and evaluators, we hate that kind of text. And we see something, okay, this is something that can fit, and there is a big risk of that, specifically in a 70 pages proposal. To do something and you're generalizing. You have to be specific, and you will see in the next criteria, and you will see how specific sometimes you can be in regards to the structure of the proposal. So avoid that. Now, we need also to have clear milestones. Milestones are very important, are quantitative indicators to show either this cardio thing. We need to have some numbers. So a software released and validated by minimum 100 users. Field survey complete based on 250 interviews. And we can always have a passepartout milestone. That means all the deliverables that are going to be developed from our DEP project, Digital Europe project, they are going to be, in order to be accepted, they have to be peer-reviewed first, and then as soon as we address their comments, then to be finalized and published. So that's a passepartout milestone that we can have in all our proposals in Digital Europe for all our work packages. And then we need encapsulation, abstract. This is also the executive summary that we can have. We need to understand, first of all, that the abstract is the mirror of our full proposal. So it's 2,000 characters. We have it in part A of our proposal. It needs to address the 4 whys. So why this project? Why it is important? Apply now, as I said, the PSV or the VPS model, VSP or the VPS. So you have that in your abstract. Why now? What is urgent to deal now? Or maybe what is possible to deal now? Maybe we had some recent developments. Maybe now we developed the prototype, which is a breakthrough. Why in this way? Just one sentence. What kind of methodology you're going to follow? And why you? Why you as a consortium? And why not others? Why you are the most suitable consortium for delivering this project? All this in 2,000 characters, which means 300 words. Because we need to remember that the abstract is the mirror of the whole proposal. So that's the abstract, that's the full proposal. The more beautiful you look on the mirror, the more beautiful the whole proposal will look like. Because it will change, it will direct the attitude that the evaluator will have towards your proposal, either a positive or a negative one. If they like your project from the abstract, they will have a positive attitude. If they don't like the proposal from the abstract that they read, they will have a negative attitude. In order to make them like your proposal, you need to make sure that you answer those 4 whys. And if you check previously funded projects that we've seen, and you've seen the summary of that, you will see that those 4 whys are mentioned. And you have. Now, another important element is restructuring. We need to restructure a little bit the application form. Why? Because for 2 reasons. First of all, we need to take advantage of the cognitivist phenomenon of Daniel Kahneman. Who is Daniel Kahneman? Daniel Kahneman is the Nobel Prize winner in economics. That is a psychologist. Correct? So he talked about, he took the Nobel Prize because he talked how psychology can affect economies. But psychology, or the cognitivist phenomenon, can affect also what you do. What does that say? It says that when you make the life easier, in our case, the evaluators or the proposal writing team, they will like what they do and they will be more efficient and they will be more attached to what they do. So you need to make the life easier of the evaluators as well as of the proposal writing team by restructuring your application template. And what I mean with that? This is the application template of the relevance. Yes? If you check the application template, we have 1 relevance, 1 objectives, 1 2 contributions, 1 3 digital technology, 1 4 financial obstacles, 1 3 and 1 4 might be or might not be applicable in your application depending on the code. But this is all the applications. Now, if we want to elaborate that further and see what is requested, suggested structure, of course you can change it, is 1.1 objectives, 1 relevance. We don't change the main titles, we keep them anyhow. And then we have 111, project alignment with core objectives and activities alignment. 112, 113, 12, 121, 122, 123, 12, 13, 131, 14. Actually, all this information, you have to include them in your CAN application. And my question is, if you don't include subheadings, and you have to include all that information in between here, the evaluators will get lost. Yes? So try to give clear subheadings. Not only for the evaluators, but also for the proposal writing team. Suppose that you allocate who writes what. It will be better, and for you to allocate who writes what, but also for the proposal writing team to know what to write first, what to write second, what to write fourth and third. Now, is it going to be that structure? Just make sure that you keep these ones, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, as they are, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, and then you can give other names. That's okay. But try to give names that they facilitate the work of the evaluator. And we do the same thing, not only for the excellence, that's the excellence suggested structure, but also for the implementation one. Here we have a lot of different subheadings, yes, because a lot of information is required. Even if all this information has to be included in a table format, you can, instead of giving just titles, give them with numbers. It will make your life and the life of the evaluator much easier, because all this information has to be included in tables, and it makes it a little bit difficult to include all that information without having clear headings. All the headings that we have here, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, are here. 2, 1, 2, 3, and 2, 2, 2. Yes, we have them. And the same with the impact suggested structure, expected. Here it's already more straightforward, but we have them. 3, 3. Yeah. Impact, but you see how easy it will be, and for the evaluator to find the information, but also for the proposal writing team to write the different sections in that grant application, and not to look around. Also for the last part of the application template, the work plan, okay, this is more straightforward because most of them are also forms that you have to complete. So we have 4.1, 4.2, 4.1, work packages, 4.2 staff, subcontracting, purchase and equipment, other cost categories, and a timetable. So you give also different numbers. It helps. It will make the life easier for everyone. So restructuring, important. And now we're going to play a little bit with the visuals. Yes? Because we need illustrations even within the tables, and we need to take as an example a good paradigm, and this is how evaluators think also. How scientists, they decide whether they are going to read a scientific paper. It's exactly how evaluators think whether something is interesting or not. So first, what we have, we check the title, we check the abstract, you remember that we discussed, then we check all the other sections, but we don't read any text. We check images and illustrations. Yes? And then if we have already a view at this point, when we finish, we know already whether this is a good or bad proposal based on the illustration, based on the figures, and then we start reading now the actual text, and then we give a mark. This is exactly how the evaluator minds work also, in most of the cases. We will read in detail the title and the abstract, and then we will check vertically, very quickly, the images, the figures, the illustrations. We will have an idea, okay, this is an interesting proposal, not interesting proposal, let's find ways to kill it. This is what means not interesting proposal. I will read it and I will find excuses for that. So by the time that what should be your aim? By the time that you finish, the evaluator finishes this quick scanning of images, figures, and charts to have a positive view of your proposal. And then to validate that by reading the actual text. So we need to see actually the illustrations as the macarons that they make the task of the evaluators sweeter, tastier. Yes? So the more macarons we have, the better it will be. But not overdo it, because we might get fed up. So that's a good balance. That's one thing. And the other thing is that we need to remember that figures can represent a message better sometimes than 1,000 words. And that is very important also when most of the evaluators are not having English as their first speaking language. So it will help them to convey the message if they see images. It will be better for them to understand. So that's enough, because most of the evaluators, they don't speak English as first language, so we need to have that very in our mind. Now, a rule of thumb, we can have one illustration per page, or one illustration per 2 pages as a very, very general rule, but it's up to you to see. But illustration can include also in some other cases, not tables, but it includes some charts or diagrams. It is very powerful on the project concept, the research design, the methodology, the target groups, how they're going to be approached, how we're going to modify, how we're going to revise recommendations and endorse them. So these are interesting things that we have for the macarons. And the last thing, which is also very well related to the above, is the aesthetics. You can use for your icons, for your charts and figures, some free libraries like the flat icon, the story set, or some others to help you develop that. But also, I would like you to use the word engineering thing. What does that mean? This is the same information that we have on that paragraph, and on that paragraph. Use the word formatics. Try anything that you don't want to be missed, make sure that you make it very distinct. Even within the tables in the grant application form of DEP. Because the DEP, the grant application in Digital Europe, you write everything in a table. That's okay. Include there those frames that you don't want to be missed. Okay. And believe it or not, we are done, eh? Yes, eventually. So congratulations, yes. I mean, you need congratulations because you did it. You're familiar now with the intelligence behind the Digital Europe progress. Now, as a follow-up, a reminder that it is on the pipeline. We will see also one on intelligent networking and another one on writing the different sections of the Digital Europe program. So we will see how that will progress next year. But for the time being, what I would like is, as a follow-up, mainly to consider this. Applied knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. I keep on saying that in all my trainings. So make sure that at least now, when you receive the training slides, to put a date in your calendar that you're going to discuss the training slides with your team. Yes? And then see how you're going to exploit them. And then set another date in your calendar that you're going to apply any of those options here. One that could be quite interesting is to see how you can connect with policy officers, how you can connect with top partners. Because you need to start connecting now, even though that we don't have many open calls in Digital Europe. Why? Because I've said to you, connect with them as long as they are part of your domain, because now you're going to offer your expertise in the running project, and as soon as a call is published, what you're going to do? You're going to tell them, further to our collaboration so far, would you be submitting something under this call that we can collaborate together? You remember that we discussed that. But now is the first thing to do. Option 8, to identify the top partners, send them an email list, and of course, try to connect even from now with the policy officers. Any questions? Yes?
Yeah, what do you think about AI usage in the application writing process? And does evaluator have some sort of guidelines towards applications that uses that?
Very good question. So, regarding that, first of all, the guidance that we receive as evaluators is that we are not supposed to use any AI tool for either evaluating the proposal or for checking whether the proposal has been produced with AI. Why? Because it's an intellectual property. We are not allowed to take something and share it with an AI tool that it doesn't belong to us. So it is against our contract with the European Commission. That's the first thing. The second thing, now, if you have used AI, and you need to know that most of the outcomes that you're going to get from the AI will be 30% of what you need to deliver at the end for your proposal. Just 30%. It's an excellent starting point. It will save you a lot of things and a lot of energy, but it will be just 30%. Is that enough? No. What do you need to do then? You need to modify it. You need to work on it by yourself. You need to revise it. So what will be at the end, it will be that at the end, the final outcome of what you took from the AI will not be the same. It shouldn't be the same, because you just received 30%. The rest has to be revised by you, by yourself, based on your expertise and based on what you believe should be applicable. There is also another thing that if you want to check whether a proposal has been created by AI, the tools that exist are not that reliable. You might have written something only from scratch without using an AI, and the system might tell you you have used AI. Or the other way around. You have used something with AI, and the system will tell you that you haven't used AI. So these are things that you need to consider while you're preparing it. If you should use AI, I think when and if we do the last course on writing the different sections, I will show you there also how to use efficiently the AI in a way that, first of all, and that's important to my view, you don't train the model. So whatever interaction you have with AI, you don't train the model. And secondly, you keep, if you want, all the session confidential. So any data that you will share with AI will be deleted right after the session that you have. So these are the things, to me, that I think are useful. I don't know whether I answered your question or whether you need something else. Okay, good. And thank you for asking that and giving me the opportunity to clarify it. Anything else? From anyone? What time is it?
16:23.
Okay, perfect. Huh? So if it is 16:23, which means that if you feel like, I mean, from my side there is nothing else that I can tell you. But if you want, we can have some hands-on practice for the last half an hour. Which means that if you want, you can experiment with option 5 here. Oh, sorry, option, we have here option 9 here with option 2 to see how I can help you to do this task based on what we discussed. I will be here anyhow until 5 o'clock. So it's up to you to see whether you would like to do that, the hands-on practice. Yes, if you, through your mobile phone, even use the laptop that it is there, it's not mine. So who would like to experiment on that now? Or he's too tired? Because I understand that you're too tired for that. But who would like to experiment on any of those options now? Or you prefer to do it as a homework? Yes?
But we won't do it at home. No.
You will or you will not?
I think so that we won't.
You will not? I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you. If you are committed to that, I mean, it's up to you. Anyway, I will stay here. Maybe some of you want to have one-to-one session with me. Yes? Maybe you would like to have some feedback in your proposal. I will stay here a little bit to give you that because you are submitting a proposal today. You have 1 hour and a half until 5 o'clock when it is Central European time. Yes, so you have 1 hour and a half more, so we can discuss that. Anyone else, whether you wish to apply what we discuss, I will be around. Anyhow. All right?
Thank you.
Okay. You are welcome. And remember that we have the LinkedIn channel. Whenever you have any questions, when you start applying this, when you start using Digital Euro program, whether you have question marks, whether it is for you, connect with me through LinkedIn. I mean, I can give you some guidance. It will not take me that much time, and it will save you a lot of energy on doing it. So keep up the good work, and looking forward to see you. I will be around here, so everyone that will be working on this, I will be helping you on that. All right? Okay. Excellent. Yes? You want something, Aurea, do you want something to say as a last word? As an organizer of the host? Because a big thank you to you.
I don't. I just wanted to thank you because we had a really amazing day. It was full of information. Now we have to think, just put everything in the right places. And I think that it will just foster us to try to write our proposal. Just now we need to wait for the calls open because the new program is starting. The new period of the program is just starting next year. So I think that we'll have some news at the end of December that we could.
Yes. So before that end of December, you need to do option 9. Now it's very nice to identify already actors from previously funded projects. Now, because there are no calls now, so you can call them and contribute, offer value. This is what we discussed. As members of you check currently running projects in your domain or in the domain that you believe you can contribute. And you check whether you can offer your expertise as a member of their advisory board, as a member of the stakeholder group, as a member, as a peer reviewer of their deliverables, as a potential speaker in any of their events. Because we discussed that. That's important. You establish that kind of collaboration now, and when the calls will be published, you contact them then a second time, but now with already collaboration established, to see whether you can jointly participate in any proposals that might be initiated. So that's important, do it now. Now that we don't have any calls, is the perfect period. And there are no excuses. Yeah? All right.
But for prediction, what is coming, what projects will be next, is better to check forthcoming?
No, forthcoming doesn't have. Maybe Aurelia has some idea on that, on the draft. There are some draft work program discussions that are...
Yeah, I know. There is some draft version, but is that not published yet. So just in the beginning of December, the European Commission Committee will just announce it, and then we'll just let you know what calls will be for the next few years. I'll just give you this information in the beginning of next year.
But if someone comes and visits your office, can you discuss some of the draft or not? Unofficially.
The camera, I can't say that.
Okay. But you got the message now. Okay. All right. So you know what you have to do.
Okay.
Okay. Good point.
That should be cut out.
Yes. But there's nothing said there. Sorry. Okay. So yes, you need to have that because it's part of your connections. And it's part of your connections is also the NCPs.
But specific objects will be the same, the sixth one. It will be about AI, cyber, HPC, digital skills, chips, and that one.
Semiconductors.
Sorry?
You said semiconductors and chips.
Yeah.
Yes? And then best practices.
Yeah, best practices, yes, that's one. So always they go about that, and also always go about AI, cloud, data, HPC, and cyber in all the topics. But you know, yeah, I understand what you say in Lithuania. Just I think if you can't manage to start a project, you maybe can find a consortium where you can join and be a part of it. Just to have a small one. This is the beginning. Even as Nicholas told at the beginning, as I started as NCP last year. There was a call for NCP network creation, and I was just asking who is writing the proposal, because we as Lithuanian are not writing, and because we don't have experience in this field. And I just started emailing a lot of people, just a lot of NCPs, institutions, and looking who is writing, and I wanted just to join. And at the end, we joined 2 consortia. And one
was accepted, funded.
Yeah, got an agreement. And now we are a part of the project, gaining our skills as NCPs. There's possibility to create NCP network, database, and so on. Because this program, it seems it's in the middle of it, because it started in 21 and the end is in 27. So it's midterm, I could say. But as NCPs work, I would say it's a little chaos. We don't have structure, we don't have anything, so everything is quite difficult to find out. So
it's work in progress. Work in progress.
Yeah, it's in progress, and I hope that in 2 years it will be much easier to work as NCP, and especially it will help to produce services better.
Very good point on that.
Okay, maybe anybody else have any questions? No?
Yes, yes, we will discuss together, yes, yes. We discuss it. Also to our NCPs for organizing the event.